Yo, guys, welcome to the stream. One, it's really late. Apologize for that. Just happens. Today I'll be playing Valorant. I know what you're thinking. That's fucking weird. When do you ever play ranked Valorant? Well, I have a reason. I got invited to Ludwig's Valo tournament land, and I I think it's okay if I talk a little bit about it. And I will be part of a team going there. So I need to play tonight, or else I'm gonna get my ass beat tomorrow, and it's not gonna be pretty. I'm gonna get my ass beat tomorrow, but I'm hoping that it won't be that bad. Varun Sharma 194 World for 7 months, 6 3 subbing. Any other tournaments you're invited to, dude? Yeah, I got invited to Toast tournament, so I'm gonna be after today. I'll be playing League of Legends solo queue every day till September. Unironically, a lot of people ask me, "Yo, Scarra, when's League coming back?" Haha. Well, my answer is actually tomorrow. I'll be playing League every day. It's gonna be well. YouTube short game is crazy good. There's, yeah, he's doing a really good job. I'm glad I started shorts. Honestly, they're very it's very interesting. Who am I gonna pick? Dude, I don't even know the people yet. Oh, for League. League is weird. Okay, we'll see. I can't disclose anything before Toast discloses it. But yeah, fuck it. I don't need warm up. Full-time League is painful? Yeah, it'll be okay, I think. Additionally, this is so weird. I am part of 3 tournaments, actually. I got invited to an Apex tournament, which I said yes to. So while I'm playing League, I'll also be playing Apex. My life is fucking... I'm fucked, man. Scarra TFT is happening. Scarra TFT is canceled, by the way. Like, actually, no joke, canceled. So say what's up, man.
We'll crush them.
Valerie, yeah, I have a tournament tomorrow. You know how it is, tournaments all the time. And I need to practice or else I'm gonna fucking feed my ass off. And it's Haven. I fucking hate playing Harbor on Haven because this map blows for Harbor. Oh. I think for this map, I need another smoker, which I have. If Scarra TFT is canceled, then I cry. Yeah, Scarra TFT is canceled. Because I decided, okay, real talk. I did Scarra TFT at the very beginning because I really wanted to talk to and meet new people, and I thought it'd be awesome to interact with the VTubing community, and it has been. But this year, I was very unmotivated. I couldn't find a way to make Scarra TFT interesting, and rather than try to do the same thing I did last year or the year before, I canceled it all, and I'm doing one stream.
Match found.
Maybe 2 streams. IRL. And well, actually, no, I think I'm doing one. I'll be doing one VTuber stream. And we'll see what that looks like.
Together, we'll crush them.
You know, we'll see what that looks like. What if today's the day you found his pearl? Yeah, what if, man? How are Fnatic going to be participating? We'll see. Kaido Hiroshi, welcome back for 21 months. Bro, are people just dodging? They see my name or they see my pick and it's just gone. I'm really solo queuing for love. Oh, yes.
They've got one
The best. Wait, we went in. I thought someone dodged and it was people going through. I'm the stupid one. My bad. Oh. Yeah. I want to stop all this time.
Mortar rising.
Multiple enemies, A.
Last player standing.
What? He just spams through it? He. What? Breach that window? I didn't hear the sound. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Oh, dude.
My city needs me. I can't be away for long.
Breach broke window when I eat. Did he? Well, I swear I turned to check the window as I went up, and I didn't see the window was broken. KO bot here. I see.
Stay in the moment.
Fuck it, I'm gonna buy too.
Can I get this? Turret out. Spike planted. Last player standing.
Oh, I should have checked. Fuck.
Good.
Okay. Huh.
Gale, you've got a lot of heart. A metaphorical heart. Unless... Do you have a real heart?
A metaphorical heart. Well, my team is getting fucking rolled. How come we are all Spectre by it? What the fuck happened this game, man?
Wave crashing.
Spike down B.
Spike.
Reloading.
Spike here. Molly.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate is ready.
Okay, we owned. Wow, I'm surprised these guys hit A.
We are not so easily beaten.
Yeah, I was gonna say KJ should flip or B. KJ should flip A here for sure. I'm super down. Smart flip, smart flip.
Turret out.
Wait, this Brimstone has 7,000? Damn, anyone? I'm playing the person I made. I'm literally wearing his pants right now from my cosplay of him.
Time for a field test.
Still in sight.
Knife destroyed B.
Flooding them. Who's next?
Oh, went through bin.
Last player standing.
Turrets just bomb grenade out.
That was really bad. Grades. No way he still plants knowing
Spike
that
down
KJ's
A.
here. Dude, they didn't rotate away. These guys are crazy.
Can't say the same for you fragile humans.
Dude, I keep looking at our econ and I'm just like, what happened here, man? I think I need a light because we're going some weird econ moments here.
Turret out. Don't overthink it. That's my job.
Knife deployed.
Flooding them.
Alarm bot down.
They have mid.
Enemy spotted mid.
Spike planted.
Ultimate ready.
Target sighted A. Reloading. Flash.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Blood.
He got both? Arena DC'd?
Sort out your gear quick. Time's more precious than a bullet.
Surely he's coming back, right? He wouldn't lose mid 5 rounds in a row and then leave, right? That would be fucking crazy, right?
Placing sentry.
Brace for impact. Shutting down.
Wave crashing.
Smokes.
Blocking
B,
fire.
yeah.
Grenade out.
Water rising. Spike here.
Spike down B.
Enemy spotted mid.
Flashbang.
Flooding them.
Turret down. Initiated.
Fire in the hole!
Oh.
Spike planted.
Walls up.
Flashbang.
Last player standing.
Every 34. Wait, my KJ DC'd. My first Valor game and 2 people DC'd.
They think they're the best until we prove them wrong.
Misu in that DC, that's what I'm saying. Yo, where's my duo? I'm pushing. I fucked up.
Last player
Oh, I fucked up.
standing.
I fucked up. They use warm up? Hell no. What?
Spike planted.
What the fuck, man? Wait, this is literally my warm up. I fucking have 2 people who rage quit the game.
Conflict is not my first choice, but that choice was made.
Attackers win.
Bro, I didn't even get to play, man. What the fuck? Okay, whatever. It was 15 RR. That's what happens. I'm gonna just queue up again, and nothing bad can happen to me.
Match found.
So happy league? I hope not. Surely.
We'll crush them.
Why am I soloing? Well, usually I only play with the group, but unfortunately I don't have anyone to play with at the moment, so I'm playing by myself. When's our union mandated sub game? Bro, you think you get those union mandated sub games? Go on fucking strike. Let me see you out there on the streets with a sign. I will cut down the palm trees to make sure you guys get no shade. I will be that guy. Lumpia Shanghai. Is that a dish? Or did he just put two words together? Because I know what lumpia is. That's awesome. Mike Tones? Dude, I'm just saying, I know this map inside and out now. After that last round, I'm like, shit. Lumpia, yeah, I know what lumpia is. I'm just really curious. It is a dish. It's the lumpia's full name is really? Oh, the Shanghai means the smaller and the meteor version. I have no fucking idea. Interesting. I thought that they were just the same, and you would just say small or big one.
Right here.
I need help.
Right here.
Hawk out. I need
Standing
help.
ahead.
Hawk out.
One on site.
Blinded.
Reload.
Damn.
Take flight.
Reload.
Right here.
I'm just run past.
Yeah, keep going. One on site. Nice.
Reloading.
One market.
Reloading.
One
right
spawn.
here.
Reloading. Reloading.
Spawn? Or
Spike down.
she full sprinted in. No one shot her but me, and then she sprinted out and almost got out. What
They're
the?
both in lane.
Last player standing.
What the fuck just happened? Oh, Inti. Yo, everyone's comment. We're good.
So, yeah, they don't find them for me. Saving.
I wonder.
This time.
Mid is so dangerous round 2. I don't have wall. He's just gonna get fucking
Revealing
bodied
area.
here by Marshall, man.
Enemy spotted A.
There they are.
Reloading.
Nice.
Walls up.
Weird wall.
No
Boru
charge.
was on
Right
site.
here. Enemy
Yeah, you were behind dice.
Reloading.
He's cracked.
Yeah, oh, wait, no,
Spike
no one
down
checked the.
A. Last player standing.
Oh. Oh, he was. I didn't check 'cause I thought someone else checked. Wait, we got owned.
That Cypher wants to watch us? Let him. We don't hide.
Play for picks.
Use the wall to cut the site and not the entry. I feel like cutting the site does nothing for us there. It's, we have to retake the site. What? I'd rather use it to cut for entry there. Because if I cut the site, then we'd still be in a bad spot. Random.
Hawk
random amount of people are gonna be there, right?
One cowboy.
Satchel out.
Water rising. Blocking fire.
Enemy spotted A. Careful here.
Flank, flank, Omen flank, Omen
Last
flank.
player standing.
Oh, we got owned.
Flawless.
Like, it's fine, man. We're just warming up.
Who are
Play
we
for
to
picks.
disobey?
Play for picks.
He light vandals here? Is that not wild? I guess it's okay. If we're all gonna do it, fuck it.
Da.
Be quiet.
Overtake them.
No.
Cypher B. Got him.
My ult.
I'm one hit. I'm one hit.
Cypher mid market.
Let me dog. Let me dog.
I know exactly.
Get him!
Dude, he has a fucking
Spike
gun.
down mid.
Should we really be
Last
pushing that?
player standing.
Unless you stop uploading
Conflict is
TFT
not
on,
my
on
first choice, but
YouTube,
that
yeah, I just
choice
don't want to be a
was made.
TFT YouTuber. Really boring, not really creatively fulfilling. Rather do something else. Not about the new set. New set's better than the last set. I just don't want to be TFT. These guys are not full buying again.
Let us hunt.
I'm gonna save this time.
One cat.
Careful here. Satchel out. Satchel out. Enemy
Scanning
spotted
ahead.
A.
Reloading.
Here comes the party.
Reloading.
Grenade.
Leaving.
Right here. Take flight.
Enemy spotted here. Hold hands.
Perfect.
Here.
Right here.
We're about to be flanked. Just run.
Spike carrier down.
I have
No
the spike.
way.
Down B.
She's
My
that
ult is ready.
accurate with that gun, man.
Healing area.
Back safe.
Right here.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Market.
Gone.
Left and right.
Dude,
As much as
This
this will
guy-
hurt me, it's mine, and I will kill to defend it.
Ace and whole angle, no, but she was like moving almost. That was crazy.
I'm done with Cypher's secrets.
Spike drop.
Heal up, squad.
Have the spike.
Healing over
Lone
here.
wolf. Ultimate
Healing.
ready.
Still in sight.
Scanning ahead.
Hawk out.
Nobody mid so far.
Ultimate, ultimate.
I can drone some.
Deploying drone. Flooding them.
Spike planted.
flooding them.
Closing.
I got our flank. I got our flank. Somebody help peek heaven.
To Heaven.
Water rising.
There.
I'm ulting.
Last player standing.
Dude, we're losing 3 judges and a fucking Odin. Gesture CKLJ thanks for someone this stream.
Don't sit down. We're not done yet.
Wait, someone DC'd. Okay, you know what? No, we got this game. It's actually a dub.
Right here.
Dude, the worst part is I knew he would do that, and I switched sides once the cam saw me. And I still wasn't accurate enough to get the kill.
I need to blow something up.
Scanning ahead. Right here.
Just, you're not gonna peek? I think this guy peeks so much.
Go with Reyna. Go with Reyna.
Wave crashing.
Nice.
Here.
I got main. I got main.
So plan's a little weird, but it's okay.
Spike planted.
One market.
Walls up. Who's next?
On top of the wall.
One enemy remaining. Reloading. Enemy spotted. Last player standing.
120.
Oh, I got so lucky there. But you know what? We take those. We take those. Whew.
Now we're on the right path. Let's keep going.
Okay, I got my little top frag going. Yeah, it's defense sided, but like, we're getting owned. Let's be real. Recook, that was so lucky, you have no idea. But it's okay. I need to be lucky tomorrow anyway. I'd rather be lucky than good.
Find the weak point.
And break it. I need help.
Spike down.
Wow.
Enemy spotted A.
Spike down A. Cutting their vision.
Shot down. Right.
Hawk out. Satchel out.
Deploying drone.
Blinded.
Heaven.
Satchel out. Grenade.
Planted.
Wow.
Get him.
She clears
Last
that. It's
player
crazy.
standing.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. It's okay. It's alright.
Your mind is just as dangerous as your weapon.
Yeah, I'm shocked the Ray to check that. I mean, it's smart. It doesn't waste any time for her.
This time.
But I'm still surprised. Do you watch Daddy play SS6? No.
I'm gonna save this time.
Show them how we fight.
The own?
Revealing area.
Yoru's pushing us from me.
Grenade.
Oh my god. 65 stage.
Here.
He's getting pretty decent amount of care.
30
Really?
seconds left.
Throw loops are his enemy? Oh. Doesn't Ken have
I
good
need
ways
help.
to deal with throws? But yeah, throw loops kind of rough.
Last player standing. Spike down, attacker spawn. 10 seconds left.
Revealing area.
Dude, literally one guy is playing Odin every round, and the other
Watch
guy
their
is...
movement. Study their patterns. Exploit whatever you can.
I need help. I need
What's
help.
up, big cam?
Play for picks.
Scanning ahead.
Cat.
Enemy spotted mid.
Take flight. Water rising.
Satchel out.
Satchel out.
Hawk out.
Die.
I need help. Here comes the party.
Spike planted.
God.
Not yet.
Here.
Wave crashing. Flooding them. Let's turn the tide.
Enough. Enemy spotted. Hawk out.
Flank. You're rooming.
Headshot.
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
She.
Door?
Last 3.
I think that's
Nice.
it.
Nah, that's fine. That's fine. We
Ram's
got
up.
this.
Yeah.
Reloading.
Occupational hazards
I love
aside,
defensive defense. We
I
better.
do love how much we travel.
We only need one on offense to win. IMO. I don't even know if we need one. Okay.
Careful here. Careful here.
Aram se. Revealing area.
Still in sight.
Adios.
Still in sight.
Walls up.
I know exactly where you are.
Hawk out.
Spike
There is
down
no way. This guy's just a born fucking judge player. I'm getting O.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Scanning ahead.
That's what we see.
Found them.
Dude,
Here.
judge is the best weapon in the game. Is what I'm realizing.
Last player standing.
Maybe I'm playing judge tomorrow.
Last round before the switch.
Spend those creds before we lose them. I need help. Don't give them ground.
Right here.
I have this back.
Oh.
Spike down mid.
Oh,
Deploying drone.
Sleep tight.
that's a little rough.
Scanning ahead.
Use your ult, boys. Last round.
Is this guy?
Last player standing.
Wow. This guy's the best player in the planet. Like, actually. He teleported to the right. I think he should press the ult button. One behind
30
him.
seconds left.
Wow. Wait, you can play that angle where you only see your head? Really crazy angle.
Switching sides.
Yeah.
The symphony of death. Don't worry, you get used to it.
Did a headshot there? Did he? Oh, shit, he's a beast. Oh, unlucky. Alright, hold on. I need some music. I'm not feeling the jams. What if we do this old... Oh, this is a very old school playlist. Do I have a Wii playlist? Actually, I do.
I'm careful here. Hawk out.
Enemy spotted A. One down. Multiple enemies A. Enemy spotted
One
A.
tail.
Revealing
See ya.
area.
Reloading.
Hawk out.
Grenade.
Spike down mid.
50 tiles. I have spike on mid.
Enemy
Catwalk.
spotted A.
91. Wow, I fucking missed by 9.
Still have spike. Where is
9 damage.
Catwalk.
Cypher's 9.
There. Enemy
They
spotted
took it, right?
Well, there's one person that's
Sage
really
is going B.
loud. Oh wait, I don't want to listen to this. Why is this?
30 seconds
Okay, hold
left.
on. I need to remove this from my playlist. What the fuck?
Ten seconds left.
Hey.
Last player standing. Spike planted. One enemy
One
remaining.
less.
I'm not worried.
Time to hunt. Hawk out.
Oh god.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet. Can we celebrate that?
Yeah, Sage Shield Cypher. I think we need to buy. In fact, I would argue that buying here would be very effective.
Enemy spotted B.
On site.
Hawk out.
Spike planted. Last player standing. Flawless.
Oh, that was really bad. Do you need high music for a comeback? Yeah, I got this. Hold on.
Match point.
Comeback music.
The fight demands it.
Okay. Okay. I'm kind of feeling it. Maybe I'm not feeling it. What is this? What is this?
It's not over.
Hawk out!
B.
Burning them. Blocking fire. Alvida.
Nice.
There.
Oh.
I know exactly.
On site, on site, on site.
There they are. No more secrets. Hawk out!
I'm not really feeling this comeback music. What else? What else we got?
Main, main.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
One enemy remaining.
Info.
Enemy spotted mid. Gun here. There. Scanning ahead.
How's everyone feeling? Good? Because you look great.
For you, hermanita.
Shot that.
I don't think they fake. I don't think they fake.
Here!
I think they faked. I think we're fucked.
Wave crashing.
Right here.
Hawk out.
Gone.
Spike planted.
I am the tiger. The thrill of the fight.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
she boosted it.
Attackers win.
BRK2 thanks for sub gesture. CKLJ thanks for sub over this stream. Kyle Hiroshi welcome back for 29 months. Oh, we gotta cut the music though. What if we play some Valo music? What if we play some Valo music? Here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna go play some ads for that.
Match found.
They I die for.
Together, we'll crush them.
Bubbles and Blossom. Oh shit, I can be Buttercup? Wait, are these two duos and I'm third wheeling? I'm fifth wheeling. Wait, this is a dating app. Wait, everyone already found someone. Oh god. Oh god. It's okay.
I wonder if they have any parts I can salvage.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
I need those.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I like just 5A on this fucking map. Stir-Fry Spins, thanks for your sub. Love this stream, buddy. We're playing Valorant right now because, God forbid, I need help. I don't think I'm getting... Mentally, I feel like I'm worse after starting. But that just means I need a win. I can jump beat this, right?
A?
This Jet just being silly. I don't like her.
Camera taken out. Careful now.
Oh my god.
It's okay, Cypher. You'll get him next time.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Walls up.
Flawless.
Wow. Cut the tape, guys. Cut the tape.
Drop. Stay safe. We're going back in.
Big Ham, welcome back for 5 months. Thank you so much for the resub. Yeah, I'm drawing. The team's dying, bro. I'm an artist at heart. What can I say? Nothing pains me more than knowing my teammates died and I couldn't help them. Let me draw my pain away. Okay, but watch this. Alright, stop watching.
Enemy spotted C.
Help!
Spike planted.
Omen killed.
They just hit 85.
Wow, my eyes are down.
We turn to dust.
Okay.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Fall down.
So close.
Stand tall. We are Valorant.
Wait,
We are
all of her kills are on Blossom. Maybe it's a phantom day. You ever feel that way? Where when you're dog shit and you just need to buy a gun you can shoot more bullets?
Pushing up A right now.
Run.
Spike planted.
Water rising.
Billy. Oh, life is hard.
Precision kill. Satchel out.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Wait for me.
Okay, I'm just gonna say it. I think we are owning it.
Batteries. And I need a recharge.
We must shore up our defenses.
One.
Smoked A.
Wave crashing.
I'm gonna push up door, I think.
Spike planted.
Many enemies.
Last player standing.
There's no way I was moving. Fuck, I suck.
Flawless.
Good work, boys. Good work.
Watch their movement. Study their patterns. Exploit whatever you can.
This J, yeah.
I will find you.
Wave crashing. Scatter.
I should have turned it. Fuck.
Spike planted.
Wow, he headshot that. Holy shit.
Last player standing. Flawless.
Okay. Oh, the latest OT video got no idea.
Find
I'm
them.
sure I'll be back
I kill
soon.
them. Simple as that.
Flooding them.
Here comes the party.
Water rising.
Obliterated. You will not kill my allies.
Enemy spotted. Spike down A.
Like B?
Green for me.
Reload.
Two and tree. Two in tree. Reyna and Scarra both in tree.
I've got your trail.
The hunt begins. One enemy remaining. Got you. Thirty seconds left.
Nice. Damn, ace. Holy moly.
We have come back from worse. Let's go.
Guys, I got my first kill. Please take us out of this.
I will find you.
Nah, we won.
Flooding them. Shield going out.
Guys, they are on B.
Spike planted.
Walls up.
Last player standing.
Ultimate ready. Alvida.
Oh no.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
We saw the vision. Really? You guys should have seen shit. I was guaranteed to lose that. I tried using an unupgraded fan. No. I'm. Why would I do that? Is it OP, unupgraded, or what?
No prisoners.
Wave crashing.
Pushing A.
My camera is destroyed.
I'm on the flank.
Walls up.
They have sight. They have sight. Probably in the smoke. Just kidding.
Spike planted.
Let's burn the die. Blocking fire.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Wave crashing.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
It was left side? Fuck, I should have known. I don't fucking know why I was turning right.
My city needs me. I can't be
Cypher, how did you not get a pick with all of them walking on site?
Oh, my bad. I had nothing. I literally could not buy anything that round. My fault.
It's okay.
Try not to get shot, okay? Flooding them.
Spike down, C.
Water rising.
My ult's ready for you.
Omen has no blind.
Enemy spotted.
Flooding them.
Spike down, C.
Be careful.
That's default. Or but in that corner.
Spike planted.
Shield going out.
Get out of my way. Here comes this party.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Hit 96. Nice. Easy, guys, easy. All right, let's listen to something different. What this?
They don't have a single life worth saving. Reloading.
Guys, I'm telepathic, okay? I can see the future as well, and I think they're gonna 5-man B fast. Okay, you guys ready for this?
It's now or never. Wave crashing. Blocking fire. Steam. Ready.
I'm a fucking genius.
Camera taken out.
What Omen's in A?
Eliminate.
Nice.
I hear A. I hear A.
Where is he here?
I only heard one footsteps A. Opening door, I guess.
Cage triggered. Cage triggered.
Oh, this is his setup.
I think I might have heard plant C. I'm not sure though.
Okay, nothing else A besides opening the door. Nothing on A.
Nothing on
Probably
C
going
either.
C now.
Ten seconds left.
They're using util over here. They're going to try plant. Oh, she's getting plants off.
Spike planted.
No, man, what did I just watch? Oh,
I've got your trail.
One enemy remaining.
Out.
Where is everyone hiding?
nice.
Reload.
Yes, yes, you guys. I told
Good job, guys. I'm proud of you.
Shame. I love explosions. Oh, surrounded by minha familia. We won't lose.
This still there. You're dreaming this all illusion. Thanks to Noah. Wait, is tomorrow's Valor thing a drinking thing? No way, right? Like that. Someone would have told me, right? I'm down. No, I'm down if it is. I'm just very not sure.
I heard tag A. Yeah, there's okay. I saw two, and there's okay. There's three at least A.
Flooding them.
Ulti now.
Burn the die.
Do you want to res me? Or...
Spike down A.
The hunt begins.
120 side.
I have spike on me.
Spike is A.
This guy's gonna get flanked so fast.
My ult's ready.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Satchel out.
Last player standing.
Out of charges.
10 seconds left.
He has no time. Good job. The guy played it awesomely.
Last round
No
in the
time.
half.
He just knows not to
Let's not
peek.
stretch before we lose them.
Really, really good job. I am shocked they didn't push my ulti there. But
Can someone get this?
Raze, can you buy Sage?
Thank you. Embarrassing.
Wave crashing.
see, smokes.
Walls up. Blocking fire.
Grenade!
Flooding them.
They will cower.
They rotated out.
They just smoked A. I hear footsteps A. I think it's A. They're running A. I think it's A, guys.
Got you. My camera has found you.
Water rising.
Spike planted.
You disappoint me.
They went tree. They're in, one's in tree right now. One's in tree at least.
Wall raised.
One enemy remaining.
Is the judge the best gun in the game? You really have to ask yourself that sometimes. And the answer is always yes.
Switching sides.
I know what must be done.
My rank, Radiant. I'm on my Smurf right now.
Enemy spotted A.
Let's go and see. I said I trap for flank.
Enemy spotted A. Plant the spike.
Shield going out.
Reloading.
You,
Spike planted.
Enemies.
Here.
One enemy remaining.
In my cage, in my cage.
Dude, she hit 60. She's low one hit.
All targets clear.
yeah, no way I missed, guys. What is? Oh, this one looks kind of nice.
How's everyone feeling? Good? Because
Yo, I
you
kind of
look
like this
great.
one. Bobby at 2, yeah, this song, masterpiece. Oh, damn, this guy bought Bulldog? Holy fuck, okay.
Reloading.
Walls up.
Ay, corazón. Die.
Healing you.
Sites open, available.
This guy's a fucking ghost demon or what?
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
You guys are so much better than my last team.
True.
Okay, I only have like 78 grenades left. Hopefully that's enough.
Guys, I'm not gonna lie, but my PoE build is bricked. I spent 3+ divines trying to fuse my chest piece. I can't, and it's like, it's fucking bricked, man. I keep investing all of my money
Enemy spotted A.
Rest.
into it, and I can't. It's fucking not working.
Walls up.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted A. Wall raised.
Wave crashing.
Last player standing.
Oh wow, we suck. Just keep trying? No, it's fine. I just need to link my chest, but I can't. So it's really hard. How much does 16 chest cost? Probably not as much as what happened.
Once more into battle. I'm not tired. Are you?
Is 6 link pure RNG? No, I should have just used tainted fusings. I swear to God. Should have just found the corrupted 5 link one and then fucking just tainted fusing it. What did I do? I spent all my divs trying to fuse, and I have no divs, and my gear is not good enough to push past yellows.
Sage won't be.
Enemy spotted A.
We just kept it B. We kept B.
Enemy spotted B.
Water rising.
Nightmare's over. My ult ready.
Spike planted. Ultimate ready.
Reloading.
Here comes the
Wave crashing.
Headshot.
Last player standing.
108.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
You copies are nothing.
How many tainted fuses I had one? But I mean, it would have been cheaper to just... Because, like, the problem is I need to corrupt my chest piece anyways. But, honestly, maybe not. I needed to... Nah, probably not. What did I just hit B? I can just ulti it.
Get out of my way.
Wait,
What they say, Walter? Wait.
Enemy spotted me. Grenade.
Reloading.
Reloading. There.
Oh, okay, two along that wall.
Yeah, we can rotate A right now.
Oh,
Or C.
Yeah, we're going.
Barrier created. Enemy for you.
Thank you.
Blocking fire.
My orb bounced off the stairs.
Get him.
Spike planted. Flooding them.
2 waterfall, 2 backside. Just gonna hoop around the backside.
Reloading.
Split.
One enemy remaining.
Probably afraid.
Oh!
Backside.
That's-
How sad.
No problem. This guy wanted to forfeit on defense. Are you serious?
We're
Does he
here
not know who we are?
best. Don't any
We're
of
the
you
Powerpuff
get
Girls, baby. Dude, okay, be real with me. Do I even need to buy a gun? I'm pretty sure my teammates will just carry the hell out of me here. I can pick up a gun.
Here.
Bloody them.
Reload.
Still in sight.
Just wait for Raze.
Just backside. Someone's in their spawn.
Wait, it's
I don't know what this is called.
push in. Let's push in. It's flank.
Going.
One's flank.
I'm holding flank. I'll hold flank.
Barrier
They broke my camera.
Spike planted.
Omen's at 80 up top.
My ultimate is ready.
I heard one on B.
I've got your trail.
One enemy remaining.
They spawn. They spawn. She might have slid.
They were not good enough.
Oh, yeah. We're missing Mojo Jojo.
Look your enemy in the eye.
Dude, I'm telling you, people come, we win. It's easy. Oh. Alright, what's the plan tonight? A little Valo, and then we'll see where it goes. Honestly, I just want it to be a little warm for tomorrow. I'm feeling warm.
Chaos.
I'm not even kidding. I'm feeling a little toasty.
Scatter.
Where's Skydog B?
Wave crashing.
Enemy spotted. A. Wall raised. Reloading. Watching here.
Reyna hit 80 up top. She's healing.
Spike planted.
Reloading.
Someone is A. Careful now.
Someone's flying. Someone's flying.
Fire. Ultimate ready.
Satchel out.
40 Sky.
Last player standing.
Oh.
That was the worst fucking bubble I've ever seen in my goddamn life.
Wait, what? I think he just played it
Time to
badly.
stock back up.
What?
Here.
For you, hermanita.
They will cover.
Enemy spotted. C. Satchel out. Here comes the party.
Blind fools.
Grenade.
Reloading.
Barrier. Enemy spotted. C.
Camera take here.
Healing. Reloading.
Dude, Harbor, these walls, your abilities have horrible usage. Please stop.
No.
Flooding them.
Last player standing.
Harbor, you have the worst everything. Stop playing Harbor.
Also no.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine, and I will kill to defend it.
Ba-ba-ba.
Time to explode. Bomb buddy out.
Water rising.
Enemy spotted C.
Gotta hold this together. Okay, never mind.
Your duty is not over. So what I miss?
Enemy
They're B, B, B.
Spike down A.
Cage triggered.
30 seconds left. Ten seconds left.
Take them out before they even pull the trigger.
So he just walls B immediately. Great.
Enemy spotted C.
Enemy spotted C.
Reloading.
Where is everyone hiding?
Enemy spotted C.
Flooding them.
B, one's on B, two on C.
Yeah, go see, go see, go see.
One waterfall, one back. No one flanking.
Spike down C. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
We could have easily went B there. That's okay.
Match point.
One of my cameras is broken. Oh, wait. Okay, it's fine.
Forward.
They will cover. Reloading.
Grenade. Satchel out.
Satchel out.
Enemy spotted A. Wall raised.
Shield going up.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining.
Well.
Slide, slide, slide. Just run C, run C, run C. Now would be the time to slow him. I'm just saying.
I've got your trail.
Spike planted. Wave crashing.
Just play the same angle. It's 2-on-1, right?
Water rising.
You can slow that.
Last player standing.
We got it.
They want to dance? I'll lead.
Where are you?
Get out of my way! Enemy spotted. A. Reloading. Grenade!
Wave crashing.
Ultimate
Let's
side.
turn the tide.
Reloading.
Satchel out.
Kill
Enemy
confirmed.
spotted. A.
Hey,
Reloading.
Where is
Reyna's 80.
Well,
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted.
let's see. Our spawn, our spawn, our spawn.
my camera is destroyed?
Last enemy taken out.
Reloading.
Switching sides. Overtime.
I need to set back up.
I don't know how you're supposed to solo hold B. It feels really hard unless you have two people. I always feel like defending on this map is fucking so difficult. It feels like you're just waiting to get mauled by 5 people.
Flooding them.
Enemy spotted C.
One enemy remaining. Spike down. C.
You are in our way.
Nice.
Switching sides. Match point. The symphony of death. Don't worry, you get used to it. Reloading.
Okay, I'm 50-50 on if we win, will my team shit talk me? And I want to say yes. I would bet money on it.
Grenade!
Wave crashing.
Reloading.
Here.
Cutting their vision.
Satchel out.
Oh,
Last
man.
player standing.
They fucking had
Spike
4
down
on
A. Switching sides.
Damn, someone voted draw instantly.
Overtime.
Let them
Try to get through me.
Walls up.
Supply destroyed.
They're on site, they're on site.
Spike planted.
Sage hit 40 on site.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Oh, wow. They played that really well.
Okay, now we sigh with relief.
Switching sides. Match point.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them.
I think going A is kind of crazy. These guys are fucking hard stacking A, man.
Reloading.
Okay, let's get set up.
Reloading. Grenade.
Still in sight.
Site looks clear. I don't see anything on site. Omen's waterfall.
Rising.
Reloading.
Opponent killed. Satchel up.
Spike planted.
Reloading.
Flooding them. Wave crashing.
One enemy remaining.
Satchel out.
Attackers win.
Oh, it didn't happen.
Don't take out the trash.
Never play.
Oh, it did happen. I was like, wait a second. There's the... Oh, man. Oh, shit. All right, I'm going to play some ads.
Match found.
I was the cipher. You're not ass. I love you, bro.
Together, we crush them.
You're cringe as hell, dude. I have Lilo and Stitch. Holy shit. Wait, am I third wheeling again? I think so. Yeah, it's from Promare. Did it pop or? Oh, dodge. Okay. I'm not sure sometimes. I feel like I should be sure.
Match found.
William Ego. Oh, it's just. Oh, split. This map is like. I would prefer to just play fucking Raze on this map, honestly. But I should probably just practice for tomorrow.
Together, we'll crush them.
How that bad are you, solo queue? Oh, I have a thing tomorrow, so I need to practice a little bit. Yeah, and so I felt like solo queue would be the best, but like realistically, it just feels bad. Like the more I play solo queue, the more I'm like, I got flayed by 2 different duos, 2 games where no one talked. One of the games, 2 people just left. Like in 4 rounds, and then. It's like, bleh. I definitely don't know how people solo queue this game. It feels very bleh. I know that's Cypher Iro. I'm gonna figure out by trolling his games. No, it's whatever, man. As sad as it is, I'm kind of used to getting flamed. Last time I played solo queue, I was told I sound 15 and I told I was high. Sounds normal.
Together, we'll crush them.
People are a little weird, man. Is this a dodge? Or did it go through? That's a... Okay. I can't...
Match found.
Okay.
Together, we'll crush them.
We have a slot taken. Do you guys know about the festival on the 23rd for like brownies and lemonade and Valorant to the music festival? It's a 1-day event. All the artists were secret, at least at the very beginning, and the tickets sold out in 4 minutes. And I was like talking to Riot. I was like, "Yo, you got any tickets for me?" They're like, "Yeah, we got you." I'm like, "Yes." Radiant player privilege. True. I think this raise was the something I played before. It was the Sova, right?
I wasn't strong enough before, but now I am strong enough for us all.
Okay, I'm gonna beat up some people this game. I always feel like this is the best opener, but maybe it's actually better to go light shields. I feel like when you're playing, I don't know, man. I fucking love the frenzy. Random behind. Reloading.
Blocking fire.
Last player standing.
Damn.
Spike
89 to
down
Reyna
B.
there too.
Message sent.
Phoenix, don't run in and get yourself shot. Unless that's the plan.
Jupiter takes us up on this stream. So I said, bro, just like stop. Like, it's fine. I don't care. You blame me and then you're apologizing because you found out it was me. Like, I feel worse knowing that you do this to random people you play with.
Drop one. Spike planted.
Oh, he didn't trade. Fuck, I sucked. I missed.
Heaven.
Damn. That guy lost and bought up the Spectre. How?
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
It's happened.
Hit 80, hit 80.
Nice. Here's a Spectre. Ah, that's fine. Tiger Man 1511 back for 16 months.
We will claw our way back up to the light.
Yeah.
Shake them up. Get him. Reloading.
Someone's B.
Flashbang.
Physical Forsaken goes 2 Cascade Frenzy? Really? I'm not Forsaken then. But maybe I should do that.
There's a guy there.
Satchel out.
Too slow.
Wait, this guy's fucking crazy.
One enemy remaining.
Wait, I fucked my ball up. Whoops.
Spike planted. Going up.
Oh, he is AFK. Okay. The thing is, I think it overall has 1600 life. It's something where like if you're playing something and pissed around, you're just fucked. Like you killing it takes a long time, like a lot of bullets, like a full clip from like three or four people. If he goes double cascade, I guess that makes a lot of sense. Maybe I should start doing that. I like the thing is, half of my harbor fun is playing around my orb. I use it very selfishly sometimes, but I mean it's like super fun to go in and out of the orb.
Grenade!
Reloading. Spike down B.
No, don't get me wrong. I think I just like Cove personally.
Hookah. One hookah.
Spike down B.
He has ulti.
Come on, let's go! Someone's B.
Wall raised. Here.
Last player standing.
Together, we will bury them under their transgressions.
Nah, I think Cascade's much more flexible. Going Orb is like, I think better like for defense and not so much offense. Even for offense, it's probably better. I just like Orb better, personally. But I will say it's probably better with double smokes and probably better on defense. Ulti-tight.
Grenade! Satchel out. Satchel out. My territory! My room! I have them now!
Spike planted.
My ult ready.
Oh my fucking god. They gotta own me.
One enemy remaining.
How's my day? Well,
80.
Val has been kind of...
Last player standing.
Could be better. Nice play, nice play. Nice.
I am not just your healer.
How do you deal with toxic teammates in this game? I don't know. The real thing is you just play with someone. Like, I have also been toxic to my teammates, but I won't tell them that, you know? If I think that they're playing badly, like, it's usually just like, damn, I don't like how this guy's playing. I think this guy's, like, playing real bad. But it's like, I don't know, like, maybe you gotta let loose, but I just don't do his voice chat. People are being toxic, I would say mute them instantly. It sucks ass you have to do that, though. Because this game is a lot about comms.
Grenade!
Prepare for hellfire!
Can you go B? Oh my god, it's gonna be so...
Careful now. Going up. Watch your eyes. Walls up.
Try doing something. Oh.
Sorry, bro. Shield going up. Wave crashing.
Last player standing.
114 inside.
Spike down A.
He's got ulti. He can do this.
We're here because we're the best. Don't any of you forget
Just talking about my mental's got no place in. I mean, yeah, that's fair. I think that's true for everyone. No one likes being shit talked, man. some people just have better defense mechanisms than others. You know, you either like real talk, like there's not much you can do. You can try to talk sense to them, which feels like kind of a waste of time. Or, like muting seems like the easiest thing to do, but it feels like when you mute them, they win, even though it's not the case, right? Sometimes I feel like that's the case.
Flooding them.
You are powerless.
We got mine A.
Knife deployed.
Water rising.
It's so scary, man. I didn't clear out shower. I have no fucking orb.
There.
Oh, fuck.
Someone's A.
Last player standing.
Indeed. Wait, 0-7? Kinda close. Honestly, I definitely feel like I'm much better at defense on this map, so I'm
How's
on
everyone
mine.
feeling? Good? Because
Oh,
you
but
look
they're
great.
4v5, so maybe I do mind a little bit. Looks in the millions in my bank account. Yeah, that's not true.
Reloading.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know.
Shutting them down.
That was crazy. What? He doesn't
Point
see.
suppressed. Flashbang.
Water rising.
Flash.
Reloading.
Flooding them.
One enemy remaining.
Fall like that. I know what must be done.
We're chilling. This guy has so much gold. I just looked. He has 9K. But this guy's rich as hell, man. It's okay. I think. I just want to practice good executes. I feel like Bind is a very easy map for Harbor to get what he wants. Both sides are good for Harbor. And yeah. Oh, yeah, more money with DC. Wait, you're right.
Come on, let's go.
My territory! I have them now!
145.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Damn, we got util dump there. Holy moly.
Prepare yourselves. We fight once again.
Oh, I need to sleep early because Sean went to go to the gym early tomorrow, so I probably only gonna get a couple more games in.
Reloading.
Reloading. Reloading. Grenade.
Prepare for hellfire.
Well, back here.
Enemy spotted B. Snuffed out. Enemy spotted B.
Two here.
Thirty seconds left.
Going out.
Sound sensor there.
Spike planted. Walls up. Wave crashing.
There.
Let's turn the tide. Wave crashing.
Killed my
Last player standing.
Holy
Grenade.
One enemy remaining.
For me.
Oh my god, man. I'm getting owned. I just need to look behind me, but I got freaked out, man.
Study their patterns. Exploit whatever you can.
Anyone need something?
Walls up.
Knife deployed.
You actually need to play with a little bit of strategy because we're getting owned.
Fire.
I can do this all day.
One enemy remaining.
Gaia's revenge. Okay. Huh,
Last round before the switch.
We cannot keep our goods after this. Spend all. Can I get a drop? Thanks.
I'll keep them quiet.
Flash.
Shutting them down.
Here comes my territory, my room.
You are powerless.
Reloaded.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Critical damage. Target sighted A.
One enemy remaining.
Field secure.
Oh my god, he saved me at the last possible second.
Switching
I got a
sides.
little antsy there.
Attack when they're suppressed. Adapt their options, they make mistakes.
Boo's stream ability seems the same. Nah, I think that's whatever the only thing good going for her. I don't mind that her ulti is good. That having big dogs. I'm so happy that NRG won actually. Like Dokla getting a win, Palafox getting a win. That's a big dub for NA. IMO. The coaching staff did a great job. Like, just good.
Water rising.
Enemy spotted A.
Get out of here.
Spike planted.
Blocking fire.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, now we sigh with relief.
Reloading.
Oh my god, I stuck that.
Anyone
and we
dehydrated?
won.
Need a quick
Okay.
rinse? Just checking.
You popped off? Yeah, I'm owning. It's my side. What is this guy gonna say? I'm like kind of down to force up here. I feel pretty good about it. I almost like buy an Ares. Does anyone buy Ares?
Flooding them.
One here. Smokes.
Careful now.
One's in.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Survivors rest. I'll clean up. Let's make a plan, then execute.
Light Bulldog is the buy here, real. Oh, I guess because Bulldog matches better. I feel like it's gonna be B.
Wave crashing.
Multiple targets B. There. Target sighted B.
Many enemies B. Enemy spotted B. Scarra.
My ultimate is ready.
One enemy remaining.
Hey, free gun.
All targets clear.
Hey, free gun.
Who said this wouldn't be fun? I'm having a blast.
I'll buy you.
Can someone get this? Thank you.
You okay? I'll buy you.
We are invisible.
Flooding them.
Running. I think these guys don't fake. They can't afford to with their numbers, right?
Spike down B.
Blocking fire.
My territory, my rules.
One enemy remaining.
Wave crashing.
That's. Please take it. Yeah, it's 1600 health, man. I think I hit my shield as well.
My power does not ebb. Ask for aid, and you shall receive.
This is gonna look really fucking weird, but I'm pretty sure this is the right play. I'm gonna ult wall, and they're gonna push through. I'm gonna Odin them with ulti.
I got you, bruv.
Flooding them. Let's turn the tide.
You are powerless.
Alvida.
One enemy remaining.
And that's the last one.
Yep. Oh, I'm trading guns.
None of my
I just
stuff
wanted
has
that for one
malfunctioned
round.
Yet. Can we celebrate that?
I'm not gonna get that again without ulti, pretty sure. Okay, okay. I feel really bad for the enemy team. Like honestly, I think they would have potentially won the game. Had a really good chance.
Wave crashing.
Spike down B.
Wait, why is this guy running the other way? We got Spike. Covering.
One enemy remaining.
Last enemy taken out.
Match point.
We win this battle, we win this war. Let's do it.
Is this an Odin angle? I feel like this is an op angle. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm pretty sure what I'm supposed to do, this is gonna look really weird. Is I'm supposed to op this and not wall at the very start.
We go.
Wave crashing.
My territory, my rules. I have them now.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Water rising.
And we're clear.
Defenders win.
It's a 45 though. I'm not really getting into it, guys. I feel okay about it, but I'm not getting into it, you know? But I mean I did my job that game. Yeah. I feel like I'm relatively warmed up for tomorrow. Hi Scarra, hello. Hello, hello. All right, let me go look at my night mark. I was looking at this and then I got like double dodge and I couldn't figure out if I won anything. This is not bad. Nothing I won, I don't think. I do have a lot of Radiant Knights, so I've been looking for something that has been good. Recon Phantom is really good. This? Oh, wait, you're right. This one is actually pretty good. I think it's very clean, but not what I'm looking for. Especially because I don't play Phantom a lot. I want like a really loud Phantom skin. Something really stupid. Okay, I'm gonna go play some ads. I'll be right back. I need to go pee. And I don't know if I'll keep playing Valorant. I'm feeling pretty good. Better than I was at the very beginning. I need some water. Couple more minutes. Dude, I literally walk into my room and I just open the theater room door and fucking Sean and Abe are there fucking just bicep curling and doing push-ups. Like, damn, these guys are getting jacked at 11 p.m.? Rather Radiant Entertainment System, Phantom? What do you mean, is that this? Wait, I don't even have that. Dude, the grind don't fucking stop. I'm not really feeling Valo, dude. I am not gonna lie. Those couple of games really was just like, wow. I really enjoy playing Valo myself. Oh, I'm probably not gonna play League till tomorrow. I think it's too late. Solo BG, what is that? Oh, Solo Baldur's Gate. Dude, you know, Peter was like, you want to play a Baldur's Gate campaign with me? And I looked at him, I'm like, dude, I'm a part of 2 already. He's like, yeah. Want to do 3? I don't know, man. What's wrong with 3? I need time, man. Let me tell you what's happening this week for me. In my calendar, I'm busy almost every day or every other day. I have 2 days of VCT, 3 days of VCT, 2 parties to go to, like not parties, like a festival to go to, a party, and I had a shoot today and a shoot tomorrow, or like I guess a land tomorrow. I'm chilling. Yeah, I'm Mr. Popular for 1 week. All right, if you guys are here just now, there's no Scarra Timber. I know what you guys are thinking. I've been looking forward to this. Well, shit, I'm sorry. I couldn't find enough, the real talk. I couldn't find enough passion to do it. I didn't want to do the same thing I did the last year. And I didn't have enough passion to find, I tried to figure out a way to kind of go around it, but it's not going to work. I, however, decided that it would be okay to, I will still have some cool streams in September to make up for it, but I'm definitely not going to do a large event. I do not think I can handle it. I have a lot of random things that are coming up, which I feel like are really hard to handle alongside Scarra Timber. Very busy. Was that Holy Crit? I know, I heard it came out. Okay, also, random side, I want to play Armored Core 6 when it comes out. So I think it comes out in 3 days. That is my... I would like to do that, okay? Also, I don't know if... I was going to play the Telltale Expanse games, because I've never personally read or watched The Expanse, but I've heard really good things about the series, and I like sci-fi. But there's just a lot of games that are coming up and taking a lot of time away from me. I did not expect to be so flooded with games where like I can't finish Remnants. I have PoE League I want to play. That alone is usually enough to take all of my spare time. But I also have like Baldur's Gate 3. Some people still want to keep playing Final Fantasy, and it's like, holy fuck, man. This is like a crazy year, yeah. So it's hard for me to prioritize. Right now, I will be prioritizing Armored Core, League of Legends, to prep for the tournament, the Toast tournament, and then I will also be playing a little bit of Apex on the side, as well as Path of Exile, because I also have an Apex tournament. Was it TFT Scarra VTuber? I think I need to pay for it, and then the TFT thing is in December. I think it's next mid set. Does anyone know? Like, I have some time, right? This Siren? No, I'm on the team for an Apex tournament with some VTubers. And I had to cancel on them because of my schedule. And the next time we're playing is in... Let me double check to make sure. Yeah, I have it written on my schedule. React to any DLT video. Oh, I'm down. Okay, wait. Wait, actually, we're literally turning into a reaction channel. Hold up a sec. I just don't feel like I'm sorry. I don't feel like playing more Valorant tonight. I am not about it. Wait, it's actually gone for now. Okay, wait. I'm sure it'll be up later. Don't worry about it. It is not up. I got owned. Wait, so you guys baited me. Alright, whatever. I'm playing PoE. I need help. I need some help fixing this build. I might as well just fucking grind it out. We're logging in. Hello, hello. People don't know, but understand a little bit of PoE. I am getting owned. Like, I have sunk 3 to 4 divs into trying to 6-link this. I have not hit. So I'm just stuck on yellow maps right now, getting my ass beat. And it is very unfortunate.
Long day.
I can't even do these, so I'm just gonna do this Atlas mission. Very unfortunate. It sounds rough. You can find the 6 leak Oros. Oh, I'm trying to get rid of. Oh my god. Okay, I'm trying to get rid of the Oros in general. It's too slow. Way too slow for me. This arena's so busy. Oh my god. There's looking nice. Oh, it's not nice. It is not nice. This is a tier 4 map. I would say it could be worse, though. It could be worse. Not by much, but it could be worse. I need to find the full stack of div cards somewhere, wherever it is. I don't know a way to fix the build. Okay, I can respect this, and I can fix the build instantly. But play the dervish. Oh my god. Is it fizz to lighting? Like, what is melting my ass? I'm just getting rolled here.
I cannot do this yet.
Is it's tier 4? Yeah, I think. It's definitely between 1 and... It's between 1 and 5. Are you into deep not pivoting? Well, I like trying to make something stupid work. I would rather just quit the league than try something else. Kind of. That's my mindset when it comes to playing this game. Yo, where is the stack of gift cards? There it is. Oh, shit. Wait, that's actually lit. That's a Malkun. You can get chaos from there.
Long day.
All right, perfect. Haunted Mansion. Okay, wait. I'm actually making progress right now. Is this worth anything? Probably not.
Got my eye on you. Godslayer.
What's the affliction? Well, it was either that or deadly affliction, so I just chose one of them. I thought it was the best for my build, but I wasn't sure. My dot? Yeah, I'm Ignite. I know that you might be confused because that doesn't sound very good, and you would be correct. Good thing you're not on PvP, only people building. If one chieftain above 1 million DPS, yeah, that's literally gonna be me. Wait, also that those PoE, the DPS on those is like not real. It's like definitely fake DPS. That hollow palm guy for sure has over 1 million DPS. Huge part of Swiss Affliction is only dot support. Ruthless also is dot support. And so is Immolates. What?
I cannot do this yet.
That was weird. I tried to talk to that guy and I crashed. Oh, Lando, thanks for the raid. Welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome. Do not expect me to do what Lando does to his stream. I have watched some of Lando's streams before. He is very informative. He teaches you about femboys. I think I saw some stuff about that. Go on. I also saw your lesson about fuck, which one was it? Shit. Bussy. But I don't remember what it was. I messed up the class, Professor. Please don't quiz me on this. I am not prepared. You are actually on my fucking For You on TikTok, by the way. I see you all the time, and it's really embarrassing. Because when your shit comes up, I'm like, damn, I'm on the wrong side of fucking TikTok now. I see you and that cutie patootie thing, and I'm just like, how did I get here? What happened? And I feel like there's definitely something happened. Your stuff is based around your viewing habits. That is not true. Facebook actually gave me a special algorithm where they based it around other people. Crazy, I know. Shit, I said Facebook. But actually, dude, I spent so much time on TikTok recently that I've been thinking about deleting the app. Which is so weird that I just started doing short content. And I'm like, now I'm like, damn, it's kind of like my free time is just gone. And it's not gone in a good way, it's gone in a wow, what the fuck am I doing kind of way. Oh, anyways, welcome Raiders. I'm playing Path of Exile. It's pretty much just a just chatting stream, and I blow stuff up on the screen. And occasionally you'll see that I died.
I cannot do this here.
So feel free to ask me some random questions. We're just here to chill. Guy to feel great? Yeah, this guy slaps, man. What? Have you ever thing where you close TikTok but you're on Insta Reels or YouTube Shorts the entire time? Dude, I have closed TikTok to open up Instagram Reels before. And then I close that to open up TikTok again. And I'm like, I'm mentally ill. How am I? I'm literally getting owned in my video game, but it's okay. It's so bad because it used to be that I could read. I used to read a lot at night, but now I read like 10 manga chapters, and I'm like, I wonder what's on TikTok today. And then I go watch that, and I'm like, wow, that was really bad. Let's go back to reading. Read like 5 more, and let's go back to. It's so bad. Like, I don't read anymore. I don't obtain information into my noggin. I really like cultivation novels. Been there. Been there, done that. I read 3 years. I spent 3 years reading like 4 hours of those every day. And it was not a. It was a dark moment in my life. Here's a question. Do you have a comfort movie that you like to watch? Oh. No. I don't really watch movies or TV shows anymore, but I will say, I was with my house and we were watching Kung Fu Hustle. I fucking love that guy's movies. Between Kung Fu Hustle and like Shaolin Soccer, fucking awesome. That guy's awesome. I didn't kill him. Those are so funny to watch.
I cannot carry this.
No, man. It's okay. Put that in there. Scarra's dying with Max. Dude, yeah, don't worry about it, man. I'm owning. People make fun of your comfort movie. Share it with the class. I'm curious. What do you got that's so dark and devious that people will make fun of you for it? As a streamer, I get made fun of every day. So I am very confused. You deserve to get made fun of. All right, man. Says the guy who quit Lost Ark after everyone else. You got nowhere to stand, buddy. You know, is this okay? Oh wait, hold on. Why does everyone hate the B movie? It's the B movie? Nah, it's deserved. Nah, it's deserved. My bad. Sorry, I did not know your game. I am sorry. Shit, I'm sorry. Is this worth something? I feel like this is worth something. Cold gems, crystal, cold damage spells. You can craft. How much is the ballpark this? The base sucks? Yeah, we'll see. Here's a plus one. Is it? Oh, no, it's not gonna worth shit then. Where's my Awakened PoE trade? Honestly, without Awakened PoE trade, I feel helpless. It's a plus to cold spell's not worth anything, or the crit, or is the crit just too low? See the latest? Oh, there's another person? Wait, what? How bad is Concentrated Path instead of Inferno Blow? It's probably better. Actually, I don't know if it's better. It's more interesting because it's a movement ability. Latest video of anime man PewDiePie reviewing sushi from Cheap to Expensive? No, but that's cool. It's awesome. It's awesome that people do that. I was thinking about vlog stuff to do, and let me tell you, every week I go outside. Okay, that sounds weird when I say it like that, but I go outside to try to do vlog stuff, and half the time I'm literally just like, I can't use this footage, or like it just feels weird. I literally just tell myself this is weird. I'll stop filming, and I'm like, okay, well today's fucked. Well, we'll do something else tomorrow. I literally do that all the time. I went out to like a food place that I wanted to show off, and then after a little bit, I was like, nah, feels weird, can't do it. Sometimes it's just like the atmosphere or like the people there. It's like I just don't. It's just not feeling good. Are you pathing shrines? Well, okay, here's what I think about shrines. My build really needs damage and survivability, and it can't interact with stuff, right? Like I can't interact with anything. So if that's the case, shrines are one of the only things I can take where I can interact with stuff, and it gives me a boost to everything, right? It's like I have to do shrines. Good luck on fixing your build. Thank you. I will work on it.
Stay vigilant.
Are damages survivable the other two? Yes, but shrines can help me with that as well. So like shrines are just like, and they make clearing fast. Like it just helps me map because all I care about is mapping right now, right? Shrines are great. Is the new chieftain super tanky? Well,
I cannot do this.
not my chieftain. Right now, I'll tell you what. I'm pretty sure. Oh wait, I should check the thing, right? I am pretty positive that I do less damage than the Guardian monster. He rolled up to museum. Dude, can I even do this with curse reduction? I mean, maybe it's okay. I'm gonna give it a shot. I think I'm gonna explode. Fury2112, thanks for the sub. Welcome to the stream. I'm also taking the Delve node to give me max resist and damage and move speed, because I am very worried about those things. So I'm taking stuff that makes me map easier and give me more power while mapping. Seems okay so far. Ow. We got 4 red maps. What's +5 proj? Does the boss have proj? Does anyone know? Did I just kill myself? Is stream off to bed to watch my comfort movie? Oh yeah, have fun watching the B movie. Dude, the B movie is cool. There's a, this still has projectiles he drops on the floor? Oh no. What was that? Nothing good. Yeah, I'm also doing strong boxes to juice the map a little bit without making it too difficult for me. I'm pretty much doing the mechanics as easy as possible that allows myself to have as much fun as possible. And it's been really fun. Expedition is super fun with the new node, by the way. You don't even have to do logbooks. You just blow shit up and you're like, shit, that was awesome. I think the new Expedition node is really nice. You just look for immunities for your stuff and you just hit it. I'm saving the shrine for the boss, I think. Kimchi Cat, thank you so much for this sub. Enjoy your B movie. Museum is the worst map. I have some qualms with some of the other maps. I can't even say that it's the worst map. Oh, this thing looks like it proges. Oh, it does. Looks okay so far though. Actually fine. I said fine a little too early. Oh, okay, fine. There's a writhing invitation? Sick. Wait, is that the boss? Oh no. Oh yikes. How the map can be dead end? Yeah, that does sound like a problem. I can't do the writhing invitational yet. Rate of 1 to 10, how would you rate your height for PoE 2? Probably around like a 9. I love PoE. And PoE 2 is fixing a lot of things that I don't like about PoE. Or like things that I feel like are a little bit like archaic about the genre in general. You play the League mechanic in this build? Let me be very frank. You don't do anything with this build. You just attempt to do stuff. It's a lot of prayer, honestly. Oh, Cove seems doable. Okay, I kind of like Coves. Dude, off stream, I sank another div and a half into my Cloak of Flames. I think I'm at 900, 950, 1,000 fusings. I have not 6-linked this yet. Also, super randomly, how come I cannot find Cassia? I cannot bring Cassia into my hideout yet because I haven't completed the quest. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. I'll look for the quest. I couldn't find the quest. So instead I took off the block on my atlas to try to find her in maps. Have not found her in over 30 maps. Oh, she's in the Act 10 town? Cool. I did not know. Okay, thank you. I have this thing I need to anoint to increase my damage and attack speed. I could not fucking find her.
Hello there, Exile.
Wait, where is she?
Hail, fellow explorer. Good tidings.
You mean the oil person? Yeah, where is she? Is Cassia not the oil person? She's in maps. I haven't seen her in 30 maps. Okay? 30.
Fine day for exploring.
Greetings.
30 maps. Is there something wrong with me? I unblocked the node for Cassia because I've been looking for her. Oh, I don't have the oil tab. I can't anoint without her. I need her. Oh, a Blight Scarab. Shit, do I have a Blight Scarab? Wait, that's your fucking genius. I did not think of it that way. Is there a Blight Scarab expedition? Breach Abyss. Oh, Blight. Oh, you're fucking genius. Holy shit. Okay, I will just do a fucking tier 1 map. You literally saved my game. I have one. Give me a sec. You level your castle damage taken to proxy smaller hits. Oh. Oh my god, she's right here. I'm so happy. Hello, Sister Cassia. Please bless me.
Now be a good assistant and find a place to deploy a tower. Fire's flame. The blight is reacting.
I love Blight. I think it's like, you know, everyone likes their own things. I don't like Blight. And I think that's okay. I am much more of an expedition enjoyer. Rog has been pogging over my items, you know? I also... Oh, please. And I also like the new league mechanic, but I know a lot of people don't like it. I will admit, there are some units in that new mechanic that could be nerfed a little bit. There seems to be some problems with some of the units I think are just stupid. Oh, I love Sanctum, actually. Really great one. Can I do anything with blighted maps? I'm sure I could sell them. Someone likes running that shit. Not me. Okay, perfect. Now I go back, hit the Stream of Consciousness, hit the Blight encounters. Perfect. Everything is blocked except for... I forgot to block Delirium. Fuck. That's what's getting blocked next. I'm blocking Delirium. I'm literally only running Expedition. Oh yeah, the 50% overwhelm. I didn't know he had 50%. He felt like he had 100%. I felt like I was getting fucking dicked by that guy. Like, it was bad. I did not know. I thought it was just my build that was bad with it, but I saw some posts and people were just like, no one is enjoying this guy. He is not, no one's a happy camper. Everyone was like, this is the worst shit ever. And I was like, oh, okay, I feel a little bit better now. I actually really like Coves. I'd rather run Coves over all of this garbage. Oh, the Annoying. Holy shit. The Annoyance. I bought this such a long time ago and I never anointed it. It's really cheap too. Burning Brutality, fire damage over time, increased attack speed. One of the cheaper ones. And I can just anoint it for every neck I get. Pretty cheap, pretty awesome. Cannot leech, cannot be stunned. Avoiding 70% chance to avoid elemental ailments. I'm good. Cannot be stunned, increased damage. I'm gonna die to the boss, but it's fine.
I cannot do this yet.
What is a highest level Inferno player named Hottest Garbage? Oh, don't worry about it, man. We think about Crucible League, one of the worst leagues I've ever played. In terms of, I didn't like the mechanic, but the base game is in such a good state that if you don't like the mechanic, you can kind of just ignore it. If that makes sense. I'm dead. I did not enjoy Crucible that much. And I think that's normal. That's okay. Wow, I kind of froze there a little bit. The nice thing about Prolif is the more units that are on the screen, the more Prolif I'm getting, right? I don't exactly... Does Prolif have a cap? How does Prolif work? It shouldn't have a cap. Okay, so just based on what's around me. That's cool. I forgot the golem slams kind of hard, and it has increased cast and movement speed. So I'm getting fucking walloped here. Let me go pick up some of the these nodes and see if I can help myself. shocking ground even that good, that bad? What's taking more damage when I'm already getting one shot? Why was so squishy? Well, when you look at the EHP in my POV, you probably will have an answer to that. I just need this chest piece so I don't explode, and I don't have my ascendancy done. But here's what happened. I finally found a trial after a while. So I didn't know I needed the thing to put it in. So after about an hour and a half of looking for one, I went inside on my other monitor, pulled up PoE Lab, and a random monster came up to me and killed me while I was alt-tabbed, and I just stopped playing for the day. This share max res, that is what I'm gonna get next. Right there. Like, I would love to drop my second health potion, but I can't. Which is why it's really stressful to play my build. Because I have an instant flash potion and I have a non-instant flash potion. Right period fire. Yeah. In your chat that shares trials? Sure. I mean, okay, there's a lot of things I could do, okay? At least it looks like I can do maps. I will just die, and I think that's an okay compromise. I am okay with that. When the buzz on don't feel like it. You'll need to buy a trials. You can buy the thing for 2C. Oh, yeah. But I wanted to find mine. That's the thing. I just thought it'd be easy to find, and it was not that easy. Is this good? That's a shitload of fizz damage. Probably not. Okay, I blocked Delirium. I perfectly blocked all the content in the game. I have a question. Someone said I could block master missions. How do I do that on the Alice tree? Does it exist? There's certain masters I would like to get blocked. I just don't like them. Long day. Not a fan. Okay, I am worried I'm never gonna level again, but it should be fine. You don't think I can block? I heard this league you could do some stuff. You're blocking them at the end of the map. Oh. So, okay, question, because I need to figure out where to travel to next. I'm doing some expedition. Are these nodes worth traveling to? I was gonna grab this and grab the eater. And that was going to be my build until I respect. Cool. Okay, that's the next. I'm going up here, grabbing Rod, grabbing Tujin. And then I will go to the Eater and call it.
Here for a deal.
Danning's soft. Oh, I guess Danning's okay. Now, I'm a big ROG fan. I'm definitely part of the ROG is POG kind of group. Dude, I have all this stuff that I can't fucking buy.
Don't give up.
If you have any log books, you need to sell them. True. Okay. I am in trouble. But it's okay. I'm gonna just keep doing these maps and seeing if I think it'll be okay. I'm definitely gonna run into some problems, but like increase AoE, Rogue Exile, 40% less cooldown, chance to block. Sure, I can do that. Necropolis, double extra fire as thing, Curse of Vuln. Do I even put this in? I'm just gonna brick this. I'll run that one later. That I literally read those and I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna die. Wait, I'm actually just gonna fucking explode. Yeah, that's fine. The buff expiring kind of sucks, but. Dude, what do you think is overrated? Sushi or sashimi? Neither. I think they're both awesome. I was preparing your eulogy, bro. Would you run that mod if you're hardcore? You would never, right? Like, there's no way in hell you ever run those mods. I'm pretty sure I would die to like the trash pack on the first pull. My build I would. I can run it as soon as next because I have I'm converting. I'm gonna have like 95 resist to everything, or it's not 95. 89 resist to everything. As soon as I level, my offhand, I already have the weapon I'm looking for. Razor the Midnight Sun, and then I can run one of the shields, Saffles or the other one, and then I can chill with that for a little bit before recrafting my other gear. But like I would need a 6-link my fucking chest, man. I should have just bought it. But yeah, I'm a big advocate of strong boxes. Always thought they were really nice. Oh my god, that guy owned me. Good rare crafted one, yeah. I mean that's later. I need the damage from it, but I can't afford it right now. I need something to make me tanky enough because I'm taking to be able to climb up red tier 16s. And I'll be good. Yeah, I mean, I'm in the chaos cap. Like, gearing is not bad for Chieftain, because the chest piece I'm going for gives me 75 resist for fire, which is 32 for lightning cold. I'm gonna be so capped, it's gonna be crazy. I'm not worried. So like resists are like an afterthought for this class. They don't really matter. Pageantry, Purity, Fire. I should be at. I'm at 85. I'm gonna be at 86. With one more. I'm missing the. Oh, this guy's chaos based. Fuck off, man. There's one thing I'm missing. It's called. It's the one where you get plus. Oh, I can actually just not go for the shield then. I'm gonna be over by so much. What the hell? I can just do a normal shield for damage. I don't have the one where you reserve life and mana for +1 max res, but I am gonna get that as soon as I finish my chest piece. A real shooter using it +3? Yeah, but I mean, +3, +1. I'll be at 89 with the shield, yeah. Down. Is it that guy? Is this chaos damage? Is that why I'm fucking getting owned? Why do you try to run Swift Affliction of Deadly Land? Someone told me it was better for mapping, and I was really struggling mapping wise. So I would probably switch it for single target. Tattoo for matching this. Oh shit! I might be too far over then. good problem to have. Are you only allowed to have one of those tattoos though, or are you allowed to have like multiple? Don't get me wrong. I think my build comes together a lot better with the 6-link. Because right now, like I'm running some like the 6-link, and then I get rid of life tap will make my build like do a shitload more damage. There's additional conditions for adjacent nodes. Yeah, I'll probably only run one. Like, the thing is, I don't really even need it. With just my shield... actually, I will need it. Because I got 3 off the... Oh, no, I will need it. I'll probably... I mean, with my full build with helm, chest, I won't need it. But I'll need it later. Assuming I get to that full build. That build is kind of rough. Oh, I never finished Underground Sea? Wait, that's a... Why am I alking it? Sure, that's fine. The +1 requires 7 connected nodes. I heard it was easy for a ranger, but maybe not so much for me. I mean, look, for tattoos, I need to know what I'm gonna tattoo for my small nodes, because I don't really know. Like, is there like a generically good tattoo that's not melee fortified that I already have? I heard some people are just doing like plus all attributes. I actually do need a lot of dex and hints for my build. That has to come from somewhere. Onslaught? Is there an Onslaught tattoo? There's no way. I wish. I fucking wish. It is, but expensive. Really? Oh. Wait, that fixes so much for me. It's 6, 7. Wait, but that like it's such a good. Is it on hit or is it? It has to be on hit, right? Get timeless. I think so. Oh, that's so good, man. What the fuck? Wait, this league is gonna be crazy. I saw that jewel that gives you 100% of tattoos in an area. I was like, oh my god, there are gonna be some kind of sick POBs this league. How much flask effect can you get on whatchamacallit? Your stuff this league. Is it a lot with tattoos? This is a shitload, right? The Pathfinder is probably having a fucking good time this league. Oh, I died to this boss. I did do this map, but I had too many mods and the boss fucking owned me. Sort of unnatural. What does unnatural instinct do? Again, I only know it's the Scion thing that people used to do. It's like the best Scion node, right? That's the only thing I remember.
Long day.
Sex balls don't apply, unspec ones do. Oh. Oh, you get a ton of extra tattoos. Really? That's how it works? That seems kind of good. Wait, that seems like isn't that BIS for every build then? So everyone's gonna want one? Like, assuming you're like perfectly min-maxing your build, right? You get tattoo unallocated? Disgusting. Literally disgusting. Complete the Abyss. Spell suppression. Recovery. Maim. Probably one of the best ones I can get. Do I follow builds? I sometimes do. I usually have someone makes the POB for me, I go from there. I kind of like half-assing the POB and then having chat be like, what the fuck is this? And usually like Eladrin helps me out with some random shit. Or people just help me out with the build. They're just like, what? Cause everyone like can't believe I went this build. And I'm like, yeah, well, it's kind of fun. I think part of what's satisfying is solving problems. And I always start with a build that has problems. Like my building got problems. Oh my. Oh, it's 2 gen. I gotta blow this one up then. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Immune to fire damage. What? Why is my what? Oh, it's a crack mission. Oh. So it doesn't respect my... Oh, interesting.
Treasure will make this worth it.
I'm so scared. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna fucking explode on this. Expeditions have been owning me recently. Seems okay. Oh, that was pretty good. Oh, okay. I'm almost to the next level, which I did not expect. I definitely expected to just get farmed today. But actually my mapping has been okay. Which I think is really promising. Because when I get to my chest piece 6 link, which could be soon, could be never. God, why is there Soul Eater? Why is Soul Eater fucking buff, man? Well, we'll see. I'm 85, I think. Yeah, I don't even pick up silver coins anymore because I have so many now. I'm pretty sure I'm never gonna run out of silver coins in my life. What is that? Oh, that's the abyss. Oh, that's the Karak mission. Do I have to do the Karak mission? Is it necessary? No. Oh. Helps a lot. Like, does it refresh the shop or does that just automatically refresh? Fuck. Or just choose correct, open the shop. You got the other map? Really? I mean, like, you wouldn't waste it usually, because Karaka is really good at giving you, I failed the mission. Fuck off, man. Is it Kirak? Karak. I think it's Karak. Dying right now does not feel good. I mean, never feels good, but dying is especially bad. Oh my god, is that chaos damage? All my XP is gonna disappear with this map. Fuck. Hopefully I can just die like... Maybe that's all the deaths?
I cannot do this yet.
Nice. No bad. No problem, no problem. Good. Okay.
Hey.
I mean, it's likely I can level. I probably am supposed to just do a lower level map to level up here. But that's kind of boring, so I'm just gonna do a higher level map.
Trouble never ends.
Fungal. I didn't fucking, no way. It's okay. Hopefully this guy sold some stuff I haven't completed yet. He did all the 10s, there's just 12s here. I failed it because, don't worry about it. The abyss stopped. That was my bad. I am done with pretty much all of my old stuff. I'm missing a moon temple. Okay, that's pretty good. Grand Hologram Masters, I'm never doing that. This is just dungeon. It's reflect plus a shitload of mods. I'm good. That's fine. I'm gonna explode. Surely that one is fine. Yeah, surely. Am I resist capped? It was a lot higher before. If this spoils for a reason, yeah, but I'm hoping to like actually level here. There's so much. Minus 10 max res. I'm good. Ah, that's pretty good. That's awesome. I got another 8 mod. It's actually okay. Okay, the movement speed, attack speed, cast speed is kind of rough, but I'm immune to ignites. I don't have AoE. Oh, I do have an empty gem slot on my thing. I was gonna put something in there. Oh, good call, good call, good call. Hold on. I actually forgot. I did that off stream and I started my stream and I didn't fill it with anything. So I need is a jewel. A life percentage. And then I need fire multi. Fire damage over time multiplier. I mean, this looks okay. Fire resist. The thing, I am gonna have so much fire resist. Like, I'm down for anything else, man. Max life, is it 7%? No, I'm just gonna get third mod. Attack speed with swords. Seems okay. That seems fine. Damage with swords. Okay, wait. Regen for fire resist. I am already using it. It's not that much. It's only helpful for early maps, and then I'm gonna get rid of it earlier. But it is nice. Critical strike multiplier attacks people at dual wielding. Melee damage. It's not counted, right? Okay, I'm pretty sure I just grabbed this one. Am I delusional for thinking I can run this without dying? Probably.
Cannot do this yet.
Oh my god. I have to full screen, and when I tab out, it like fucks over my game. It's okay. I will just do... I mean, I'm down to just do this. Just give me something for now. Don't use a totem with chains. Oh, does it chain off and then insta-kill me? That is fucking hilarious, actually. I mean, it's fine. I'm pretty sure I just do some lower tiers, get the level up, and then... Like, that's more important, and then I push for reds.
Finally, come on.
Alright. Gwenin? Do I give a shit about Gwenin? I guess you just do it for logbooks. Chaos resist, movement speed, reduce damage. It's fine.
For the counter!
My ex. Oh my god, I shouldn't have fucking done it. I do no fucking damage to it. Dude, it's because I jump into the temp thing and I just get owned, man. Wow. I should not have done this. I don't even know if I can get out of the entrance. Alright, hold on. Let me find Jeff. With a third mod I could possibly fucking use, it's fine. Oh, I clicked both of them. I mean, this is fine, right? Adjust sadism? Is sadism an item? Oh.
It would be wrong to do that here.
Does the damage with swords work for Ignite? Anyone know? Or I might just buy that fucking 2 thing without asking you guys.
I cannot do this yet.
It does not work. Shit. Why did I get a fucking possessed fucking unit, man? It does damage over time, yeah, but it's not. It doesn't work off of. All my XP is gone. No. You last lab, I did not, because I'm telling you, I would not. I would die doing it. I lost all my XP. All right, fuck it, we're doing this. Oh my god. Increase the base damage done of the ignite done by the sword? Wait, so it still has some benefit? Very minor. Okay, whatever. Oh my god, please. Why is this guy allowed to have cycling damage reduction? Hello? Ooh, a jewel. That seems okay. The armor. I need a lot of things, okay? I mean, I was gonna solve my fizz through my chest piece. Yeah, I feel like the chess piece is the easiest way to solve my problems. But I honestly, I should have just 5-linked it and then just said fuck it and it sat on it until I had 4 divs. I might want to do that. Oh, Ziz! What the fuck? Thanks for the raid. Holy shit. I didn't know you went to sleep, man. I was under the impression that you, like, PoE streamers never fucking sleep. As this for advice? No. You guys got me, right? Ziz, this is my worst league start ever because I found a experimental POV off a YouTuber that he even said don't use this POV, and 10 minutes before the league started, I used it, and I'm working on it. But it's Infernal Blow Ignite Chieftain. And it's apparently I heard Quinn was doing the same build. And I'm curious, like, is Quinn also doing no damage? Or is it just me? Yes, okay, perfect. Wait, I'm not tanky either. I just don't do anything. Yeah, 130k DPI. I think I have less. And I'm softcore. Oh, he's Juggernaut. Wait, that's cheating. I'm telling you, I played Chieftain and I'm just like, I think to myself, wow, this ascendancy is kind of not, I mean, it's okay. I'm trying. I'm just looking to replace my chess piece soon, and I'll be fine, I think. It's so hard to watch. All right, man. Look, all of my defensive problems are gonna be solved. I'm gonna 6-link my chest that I spent a lot of divs on, which didn't 6-link yet, and then it'll be fine. Opium? No, it's fine. Okay, well, remember when I said fine? You would die slower? Yeah, you know what? Dying slower seems like a good idea. Like, not the worst idea, honestly. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. In fact, I would say dying slower is probably pretty good. It's even happy I'm not playing Infernal Blow. No, dude, come back. It's great. It's awesome. Is Primordial Chain worth anything? Oh, Blastino. Thank you so much for the rage. Welcome to the stream, guys. I get ready to watch me die a shitload. I'm trying to 6-link Cloak of Flames because I just wanted to try this with my Ignite build. And it solves a lot of my physical mitigation. So the problem is 6-linking this it's been a pain in the ass. Like it has been a very big pain in the ass. As in it's not happening. Always works with a spell suppressant. You don't have the recipe? Well, I use my divs. So. Wait, these guys look kind of annoying. Do the lead mechanic get an Omen? Yeah, I don't know if I could. Doing stuff is hard. Like I don't know if you realize this build, doing stuff is difficult. Oh, my XP, I was in the level, but that's not happening. By 60 Omen, I'm not going to do that. I already invested all of my divs into trying to 6-link this chess piece, so I have no currency. This is the most ethical build. Yeah. Don't worry, man. Okay, one boss down. Two bosses down. They gotta have culling, that's all I gotta say. Easy, it just took 6 deaths. But that's like why, that's exactly why I play softcore. Shit.
How's the trip?
6, what about last one? Well, I don't think last one counts. Pretty sure it does not count. I don't know if this is worth anything. You check your totem DPS? No, dude, I'm owning. See, Delvos? Oh, it's the ones that help map. Pretty much. It's just pretty much this. Coliseum. Yeah, this looks fine. Yeah, this looks fine. Sure, I can do Coliseum. Surely I can do Coliseum. Right now my build does no damage and dies to a gust of wind. So, oh my god. You know, I am kind of sad I didn't play Elementalist. Because Elementalist Ignite looks really fun because you can scale all of the damage types. Being only able to scale fire seems kind of bleh. But like you can build for like, I don't know, Storied Evolve, Void Forge, Starforge kind of deal. Looks kind of fun. Being able to do damage is fun? Yeah. You would be correct. Oh my god, I can't jump down. What the heck? Hello? You kill yourself with Trauma and Glacial Hammer? Oh! Glacial Hammer Chieftain? Is that build good? I think Garotha was starting it, and it looked good. Like, if I was gonna do a legit build, I would do that build. Okay, I don't think this character, this boss, can do enough damage to kill me. In theory, it should be kind of hard for him. Oh, never mind. Does he have bleed? What am I dying to the stuff on the ground? Oh, he has a bleed. Oh, I need to be careful then. How much time am I spending? Oh, if I don't get this build working, I'm quitting the league. I'd rather quit the league than restart the build. Play that build, would rather quit the league. Those circle things on the ground are actually owning me. Ow. One character per league type of guy, yeah. I don't take the league serious enough to play multiple characters. I also tend to not have fun if I'm playing multiple characters. 2 is the most I'll do, and that's it. I actually clicked the wrong one. Whoops. See, no problem. I had no problems with this one at all. Will you ever play SF6 more? Dude, there's too many games right now to play. I am not interested enough to play SF6. This isn't worth anything, right? Nope. Yeah, I just have too many things I want to play. It just, like, in a different year, I think it'd be fine. But unfortunately, we're in a year where the gaming is good. And that's not a bad thing. It's just like I get to pick and choose what I want to play, pretty much. You guys think I could do the Ridding Invitation, right? This boss should be fine. Oh, I don't understand the mechanics of this boss, by the way. Does anyone know what this boss does? Oh, does he do chaos damage? Because that would be unfortunate. He does look like he's leaving a poison trail.
Crash. Digestion.
My DPS is fucking insane right now. I don't even know if you guys can guess how much damage I'm doing. Is there a rage timer on this boss? Surely they wouldn't put in a rage timer in this game. That would be cringe.
Hunger without end.
What do I do here? What am I looking for?
Satiated.
Follow the river floor to the portal. I mean, I could just portal out next time. What is the best I could drop? Can I drop ashes from this? What does this do?
Digestion. Hunger.
Oh. This is a tutorial boss?
feast. A feast
Oh, I got one shot. No endurance charges, and he just fucking popped me.
Slaughter. Crush. Obliterate. Hunger.
What do you?
A feast on muscle and bone. Cold. Trample. Hunger.
I still have him. Hello?
A feast of muscle. A feast of muscle.
Long day.
Okay, how many deaths do you guys think I have on this boss? Or on this character? If he can get, I've played for 3 days. Okay. I like the 482. I think that one's close. Maybe, nah, I don't think I died 400 times. 3, 2, 1. 288? See, it's not even bad. It's not even 300. Never seen so many deaths? You should try it sometime. 2 bosses. Oh my god. How fixes this build? I can technically clear maps. So I would say we're pretty good. We're pretty good. Golden even. I'm not gonna lie, if there was a creature in the game, the best loot drop I can get is if it drops 113 regret orbs, so I can respect my character. I was actually thinking about the easiest way to respect this character. All for nothing or all for one. Hollow Palm would probably be the easiest way to respect. And then it's just really easy, the rest of the stuff. Go Flicker Strike? Nah, I'm good. Do you even think Flicker would do more damage than me? Okay, well, I guess the problem with Flicker isn't going to be the damage ideal. I don't think. Yo, Bone Zone's the same build. My tree is spec for Ignite. Are you sure it's the same build? In fact, I would definitely say it's not.
I cannot carry this. That's the trail.
You need Fortify? I already have Fortify. Bro, my build is bad, but don't say shit you don't know. I just can't proc Fortify fast because I don't have one-handers yet. But I have the thing that can give me Fortify. So armor do I have? Not that much. I would argue and say it's probably nothing. So the champion, I am staying chieftain. I am not respecting. I make the build work eventually, or I quit the league. There's no middle ground. It's not like I'm not interested in respecting at all. It hit it? What the heck? Diff is taking as crafts? Nope. Yeah, 40% damage by not taking Avatar Fire. Are you sure?
Stay vigilant.
4% of fizz not converted to fire. Doesn't Oros do no fizz, so it doesn't matter? What fizz am I converting?
Long day. Got my
Is that how it works? Also, I'm pretty sure. I spec'd out of it here. I thought you weren't converting it anything, but if you are, I will just take the node. I am not sure. Chain 2 times. Sure. Ooh, I'm not doing that. Okay, let's try the other one. Like fizz, that's pretty good. You have fizz and converted to elemental, it works? Oh, wait, really? Oh, well then I am missing a shitload of damage. Hold up a sec. Let me just refund this then. Then is that... Do I do 40% more damage now? Can I do this? This looks so bad. Holy shit, man. $67% more damage? Really? You need 71 regrets to respect. How many do I have? Not enough. Sure. Well, look, I just got 67% more damage. This build is gonna pop off. Well, I swear I tried the conversion earlier, and I wasn't sure if it worked, so I took it off. Huh. Wait. I'm literally Superman now. You've unlocked my true power. And I looked at chat and I fucking died instantly. I literally glanced at chat for a half second and I fucking died. Defense is still 0? Yeah, but it's fine. As soon as I 6-link my shit, it'll be okay. At least the damage looks a lot better. I'm telling you, I 6-link that stuff. I get 20 div for my defensive layers, another 6 div for my onslaughts. You know, fucking throw Storm Shroud in there as well, and I'll be good. Oh my god. Oh my, I'm not watching and I'm fucking getting owned. Yeah, I was at 90 all res, 100% conversion, physical to elemental. Okay, wait. I have a question. Does physical to elemental conversion matter? Does my armor matter? Does it, or does it convert before my armor even is a thing? Does it? Yeah, the damage isn't terrible. Wait, helps so much. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, like, okay, I'm going to get physical, phys to whatever conversion as my defensive layer, because spell suppression as chieftain is kind of difficult unless I want every one of my pieces to be that, right? So that was my plan, but do I still have to run determination? Is kind of what I'm asking. Like, does that make sense? You do both. Okay, so what happens is it does affect it in a way that I think, what am I standing on that I'm dying to? So I would still stack armor. Okay, that's all I needed to know. What is it? So how do you get armor if you're not getting it through the, like, your armor piece? Are your armor pieces good enough? Like, let's say I'm running all armor in all my slots and determination. Is that enough? Assuming I have enough, like, I don't know, 50% fizz conversion. You get lots of armor on the chest. Okay, but what if... Okay. My late game chest, sure. But I'm using the fizz conversion for now. Did I miss the boss? Where did I go? This original working well. Oh, all I need to know is that both work. And so I need to itemize for both, ideally. What's up here? Wait, yeah, I did not know I was missing out so much damage. I assumed the damage didn't convert because I don't do physical, but I guess it does. And that is my bad. I didn't. They double hooked me at the same time. Jesus Christ. You have no physical conversion. The master doesn't do anything. What? Ow, please. Wait, my damage is actually so much better.
I cannot
The build is viable. Just, I got it. It's chat got you the speculative fist, the fire conversion, you got bait. Wait, really?
How's the trail?
Wait, how come my damage feels better? Is it just placebo? Max res plus melding be good? No idea what the fuck melding is.
Got my eye on you.
God, I do not want to touch this Ridding Invitational. It's a little spooky, man. Flesh, don't I already have that as Chieftain? Like, isn't melding built into my ascendancy? It's like the only positive thing about my kit is melding, right?
I cannot do this yet.
Danig, Chujin, Rog, no Gwenin. So guess my DPS and POV? 200k. 150k. Oh yeah, my profile is not private. I can just go check. Or somebody's just go check. It is definitely available. 28k. Okay. There's no way it's 28k. Like, I don't think you even know what 28k looks like. There's no way it's 28k. I just, like, I do not much damage, but like, 28k is like, you're an axe. You're an act 10, you know? It's not that bad. Oh, I meant to take that. There it is. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I've been kind of spooked to do. You guys think I'm taking enough to do my trial, right? Fuck it, I'll just do it anyways. I was not gonna do it till I 6-link, but I feel like I said that about a lot of different things, and I don't know if I remember 6-linking my chest, man. That shit is impossible. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try it.
I cannot do this yet.
No, I think I have enough damage. I can attrition down Azaro. You know, death by beasting. You know Azara's attacks? Oh, ow. What just dropped there? The way I see red maps is like if I fail a red map but find a red map, that means nothing happened. Like I'm still up good, you know? Because every map has the potential to have a mirror. But watch it action. Well, I mean, I can't watch that right now. Oh my god. QB says your DPS is 170k. Yeah, it's better than 28. We take those. I did bait you. Or is that the physical damage? I'm literally getting scammed by my viewers. You know what? Now that you said that, I do not seem to be doing that much damage. What's the regret right now? That's good. See, it's not my fault this build sucks. It's actually your fault. You, like a collective you know? They say the streamer is a reflection of chat. So if my build's not working well, is it really my fault? You have portals.
Die in awe.
Oh my god. Okay, wait. Give me a regret there. Perfect. So now we refund this. Is this even worth anything to explode? It doesn't really matter, right? No, it's fine. Just for quality of life. A complete Coliseum. That is surprising.
Hey. Job never here for a deal.
Okay, I'm wondering if I will do more damage with this item already. If I do this and equip random generic shield, I'm wondering if it will do more damage. I think, yeah. Especially because I have... Use Rise of the Phoenix? I mean, yeah, that's my... Where the fuck did I put Rise of the Phoenix? Oh, I slammed it with a Vol Orb to try to get it corrupt. I had it in my inventory. I lost it. Hello, Mr. Scarra. Hello. According to PoE, use 30 to 40%. 30 to 40%. That's a lot. I don't think I can recover from that. Okay, it's fine. All I need to do is... How many chaos do I have right now? Perfect. 20 chaos is just good enough. Try to start it all. It doesn't work for me. I'm not an elementalist, so it's like not optimal. I can't really convert the other damage into what you think I'd want.
I cannot do this yet.
Wait. Wait. That's not what I meant to do. Wait, I don't have a thing? Oh, wait, I fucking lost it. Yeah, this axe could be decent. Tell you how much damage on the ability tooltip. The ability tooltip is the biggest bait ever. Actually, do I have one? Let me go look. It's fragment tab, right? I only have divine blessings, or I don't think I have them. What is it even called? It's these, right? They're called... Let me go double check. Offering to the goddess.
God slave.
This guy's name is Failed League Starter. I empathize. Dude, I have been not wanting to buy a new chess piece just because I spend all my currency into trying to 6-link my chest. But it is really bad, and I'm just like, at some point I need to do it. You mean way tankier? How does the EHP... How am I tankier with that one-hander? I mean, aside from the obvious, oh my god. Can I travel here without this guy? How do I... There we go. What makes me take more damage? Oh, it increases physical damage taken? Wait, I've never read that line before. I actually always just assumed that the line didn't exist. Oh. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Okay. Then let me go buy a shield tin. Hold up a sec. I was always wondering. I was like, wow, how are people dying? Does this shit even matter? Like, literally none of this shit matters, right? I want to buy one that's linked. That's the most important thing. Razor attack speed is even slower. Is it really? Diadalis? Diadalis. Isn't the cold damage just... Oh, it's a one-handed. How do I chill, though? Oh, shit. It's 4 alk. Skitterbots? Okay, sure, that's fine. Okay, how do I make these links work? Arcanists, Flame Surge, I'll put cry in here. Then I need a link. You would get shocked too? How is skitterbots used? Skitterbots. Summon skitterbots. Summons a skitterbot. It's a reservation? Oh. Ugh. How do I fucking afford this? How's the new league? It's okay. Okay, I have blind support. I do not need this shit. How to do red, green? I just need to. Okay, hold on. That's fine. I can make this work. You're now tankier so determination can go. You're asking me to die. Yes. I'm pretty sure determination is the single best aura in the game.
For freedom.
Here we go. Right here. 2, 1. Oh, okay. Well, that didn't work. How odd. I'm just gonna hold this in my other thing in case. Okay. This is the slowest one-hander I've ever fucking seen. What? What the fuck is this one-hander? Okay. It's fine. It's fine. I think
I cannot do this.
I think it's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and do a Zaro, and we're gonna own.
The goddess is watching.
Oh, I lost frenzy charges. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I have blood rage. Oh my god, that's sweet time. No, I have damage. Oh my god. Believe in the power of Dark Shrines. Okay, I don't have PoE Lab open, so I might need to open it up. You know what? I am not gonna do it. I think I'm okay. Oh my god, my attack speed there. Holy shit. But it's okay, I'm tankier. And you know what? The slow worm gets the snail. The slow bird gets the worm. The second mouse gets the cheese. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The weary traveler
draws close to the end of the path. The essence of an empire must be shared equally amongst all its citizens. Violence is delicate.
Wait, I need my, hold on. I need this. Oh my god, this guy does fucking damage. Wait, it's not even that bad. You guys are exaggerating. Look how much I'm owning this guy. And then when he drops that really giga good amulet, you guys are gonna be so jealous.
The sovereign leech
I saw that amulet on the subreddit today. The one where you like can't get killed, kind of. That one looks kind of good. Maybe the standing still modifier is good. Actually, good your attack animation takes so long. Yeah, I mean, I'm not replacing it till very, very end game anyways. I'm not gonna lie, I'm so much happier not dying as fast to fizz. I didn't think it would matter that much, but it is made like I'm okay taking twice as long to kill stuff, but like just the dying part was so I don't know how to do this. Oh, I got it. Wait. Oh, you're supposed to make them all not start, right? I don't need to do this? Wait, I'm in the wrong place then. Question, is it possible for me to get blocked? I'm trying to think what I get. Do I get spell suppression? I just have to get damage taken as fizz. But is there any way to get another layer of mitigation, or is it just not possible without like significantly stupid investment? Did I backtrack? Suppression's hard to get, yeah, but like, can I get block? I guess not, right? I don't even know if block is worth it. It has to be more than anything else. Nah, what? I'm owning. Oh wait, hold on. This is Dark Shrine.
I cannot do this yet. Dark influences reside in dark places.
Okay, cool. I got a helmet enchant turn in. What are those even worth? It's gonna be worth so much when I get the Inferno Blow enchant, actually. Timber by War Key, so might be worth checking out. What does that one do? Did I go the wrong way? Where am I going? Well, you got the crit strike. Did I really? Because I have resolute technique on this build. I can't crit. Or I have EO, so I can't crit. Am I supposed to go? Okay, the entrance is not right. Okay, hold on. I understand. I will look for the other entrance. This is an optional room. Oh wait, I'm in the room. I need to go to the other room. And now I need to go find the straight. Oh, okay, I got it. Yeah, of course. What? I knew that. You go to the gold key room. Okay, yeah. Yeah, of course. So go this way, get the key, go back. And I got it. Okay, yeah. Fucking easy, man. How's it going today? It's going great. I literally, my build is coming together. My Valorant games were not cringe. It's going fine. I think it's somewhere in here, not here. How am I fixing my build? Collectively through prayer. Me and Twitch chat have come together and agreed that I need God to fix my build.
Where there's a golden key, there must be a golden door.
Here you go. This should not go to Ignite base. Oh no, we're going to Ignite base. We're going to Ignite, baby. Honestly, I think hit base is so easy to, or a lot easier to build. It's the Ignite that's the difficult one, man. Here? Yes. Okay. I'm halfway done.
Strike, an emperor strikes without the emperor beckons to entertain doubt is dance.
Oh my, I actually got hit with the slam. Shit. Oh, I got hit again.
You are inexhaustible.
Yes,
this
I am.
Empire remains filled with
100%. I'm 92%. Don't worry, because when I six-link my chess piece, I will then put arrogance precision into my build. You know, so the only thing that's stopping me is luck. That's it. I don't use Resolute, or sorry, I don't use Resolute Technique because you can't proc EO if you do that. So, something like that. I use the one where I can't. Fuck. Wait, do I use? I use the one where I can. I don't fucking know, man. I use something. I'm always full unique, yeah. I'm a beast. How you create that EO? Yeah, that's what I mean. Text EO, so does EO even help? Yeah, once I change my weapon into a 100 div BIS weapon, it will help a lot. And obviously, then I'm gonna grab a shitload of fucking attack speed from my mirror tier 17 jewels, and it's gonna be easy. You know, the damage scale? Oh no, I agree. I think the damage scale is kind of blows, but it's okay. Is this the right way to go, or is this am I stupid? A potent little gift. What gift did I get? Okay, I would take 50% less damage from traps. That's a big deal. I can't jump. I'm jumping in the trees. What are the posters you have in my room? Oh, one's Toast's birthday gift to me. The other, I don't really know. Do I have two? I can't look. Sorry, I don't want to die. If I die this late into the trial, I'm gonna just fucking end it all, man.
Cannot do this yet.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, I have 50% less trap damage. Literally unkillable. Oh, I was gonna have Inferno blind, Inferno Cry in this build over Enduring Cry, but I currently have no ways of producing endurance charges. So,
any mystery can be unlocked.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I will switch over as soon as I 6-link my chest. Have you tried PoE with Moku's self-embrace, self-ignite? What is that? No, but I do like that I cannot be ignited.
An aspirant can afford to be promised.
All right, finally, it's time.
Is the most devious trap of them all. Apparently, this is the ending you deserve.
Oh god! Oh god! I did. Oh. I just couldn't get hit with the slam. Why did I get hit with the slam? Why did I fucking do that? It's okay. Is there a way to get... Okay, wait, hold on. Is there... Can I find a Megalomania with the endurance charge on hit with Fire Dot Multi and I guess I would need the Giga Megalomania. You know, I'm sure that's possible.
How's the trade?
Again? Okay, well, let me try the Atlas mission first because I kind of want to see
Long day.
how my stuff is in maps. You find anything? Yeah, can is a big part of that statement. Why did I get an armor cluster jewel? Because I'd rather...
Cannot do this yet.
Okay, I'm considering it. This one, it is 3 points. So it's definitely not terrible. And 4 if I do the elemental resistances of equipped helmet, body, gloves, armor. Certainly would not be bad, I think. You need armor anyways. True. But if I get it on a cluster jewel, I can save myself like 2 points. You know? Yeah, this wheel is for crafting later because you need this for weapon mods, I think, to get more beneficial things. Okay, well, if I do Inferno, you need the armor cluster jewel. Yeah, but if you get a Megalomania, and then you get the enduring, if you get that, and then you get 2 Fire Dot Multi on Megalos, then we're Gucci, right? I have 2 Fortify things. I might need a 3rd because my attack speed's really low. Yeah. Hold on. Okay, what if I just take these 2 nodes? How much strength do I have? Okay, what if I just unspec these nodes then? What am I gaining from these nodes? 16, 20, 30, 40% damage increased? That's not that good. I can then take... the Lava Lash. Some of these are kind of interesting. I have, okay, I'm going to use this node, and this node in theory. But like, it's gonna be a while. What is... Where's Lava Lash? It's only Charlie nodes, so little good nodes. No, those are all tattoo nodes. Right? Is a max res node here? What the fuck? Oh, this. Doesn't this not work with Ignite? Does it work with Ignite? Alright, I'm down to unspec the wheel. Fuck it. Unspec 5 points. I could pick up Enduring. Drop to... Where the heck is the other... Inferno Cry. Is this actually good? What does Infernal Cry do? Damage can't be reflected. Explode to them. How much damage does this add? Probably a decent amount. I'm down. Oh, what the fuck? And then I spec off.
Here for a deal?
5 nodes. I spec. I think I don't have enough armor to spec the other. Is 10% more armor better than 150? I mean, it will be later, but it's probably not better now. Like, do I really want to respec later? Fuck it. It's increased, yeah. Maybe 150 armor is better, actually. My Atlas plan, farm random bullshit. Expedition, shrine, thing. 50 is probably better. Oh, it's definitely better now. And then I can do this. Okay. The conversion, it's already there. I never respec. Oh, I did respec out of it. Holy fuck, I forgot. Good call, good call, good call, good save. Perfect. I am gonna do giga damage and I'm tanky. I doubled my armor. Okay. Okay. I do have more than 2K base. I don't. I don't. I'm using like the worst. Hold on. I'm using some bad shit. Okay. It's all coming together. It's all coming. I'm gonna get this, and it's all coming together. I just need to figure out where the fuck I'm going with my nodes, or what I'm doing now. I'm down to just try to clear. I think I'm strong to maybe attempt some of these. Double extra fizz, sure. What's the worst that could happen? Okay. Well, I definitely seem significantly tankier, which is good. I would even say that's arguably great. The clear looks better too. Does Infernal Cry? The clear doesn't work with it. Stacks with Prolif, right? Is that how it works? It's like having both just means you clear more. Okay, that's cool. That's awesome. Wait, the build is literally perfect. See, this is why you guys are Ziz viewers. You guys know. You guys are smart. Minus the one guy who told me to convert Fizz to fire wearing Oros. Not that guy, but everyone else. Oh my god. Okay, that was a little worrisome.
Absorb pain. Connect another.
Okay. Didn't even die. That's a massive dub. I'm not for Rog first. I just like Rog. The best part about doing the expedition right now is not reading the immunities, popping it, and then running the hell away. That's my favorite part of expedition. I need to respect. This is better than Impending Doom. Whoa, 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 whoa. So, someone help him out. Someone stop. Fucking ban him from using his PC. This guy doesn't fucking know. Impending Doom is bugged? Wait, is it like how bad of a way is it bugged? Like you can't play the game bugged, or like you're still Gucci and it's fine bugged? I don't know what. Okay, you guys are saying words that make no sense to me. I don't know what Vixens is, man. You're losing oh, you're losing that much damage? Oh no. How much armor am I at? Oh, I lost 5,000 armor running this map. Oh my god, seasons. Playability work, it's later it will, but it's not better than my Ascendancy. That right, like I think you spec out of the Ascendancy later. But at the moment if I'm stationary, I don't spec out. I'm pretty sure. Also, look how long it takes me to auto attack. I'm literally stationary for 90% of my gameplay. Oh, it's my boy Tujin. Okay. Thought this weapon was faster? I too thought a one-handed weapon was faster than a two-handed weapon. Logically, I feel like that would make sense. But there's no attack speed on this, I don't think. Was this build my first pick? Yeah. Well, technically, I was between this Hydrosphere and some garbage. Which I'm sure all of them would have done better than this build. Hold up a sec, I just need to make sure I have nothing that bricks this build. God, this sucks. This is like the worst one. It's fine, we just do this, I guess. Wait, look how tanky I am. Oh, that's because of the weapon, actually. Wait, that wasn't even bad. Wait, I'm kind of jacked. What did I just get? Wait, I'm actually jacked. You wouldn't fuck with me at school. If you saw me in the hallways, you'd probably cry. I need to get to higher attack speed anyways for the new slow burn, the new red ignite thing. So eventually, once I 6-link my chest piece and get a better weapon, I'll eventually convert to that. Oh my god, I was kind of not watching. Dude, if Ziz came back, he'd be proud. He'd be like, damn, you kind of own it. Oh my fucking god. None of these are good. The league specific one, I guess. Chaotic disposition. And that's it.
I cannot carry this.
How's the trail? Stay vigilant.
I cried a few times when I saw you on my team in solo queue. Yeah, that's because you knew you had a free win. You're welcome. You know, I don't know if I really feel this enduring thing, man. Oh, is this chaos damage? If the ground is purple, I just assume it is chaos damage. Is there a way around this? Oh my god, man. Dude, why is it... pissing me off so much? Oh my god. Oh, it hurts. Oh, it hurts. Oh, it hurts. Dude, stuff just hurts, man.
That's the trail.
Is that sellable?
Stay vigilant.
Tier 2? I don't even know what this... I don't have PoE trade on because it broke. I don't really know how much I could sell this for. Is it the second best base? Oh. Yeah, it's a number of fracture, but it's tier 2. But I feel like the difference between tier 2 and 1 is not that much, right? It's like 2% more. For sure someone's gotta want that. Oh, 12% true. $90C? Oh, let's do 100. Maybe more. I mean, I would check, but it's really hard for me to play because I have to full screen and all tabbing takes a while. So I am literally disadvantaged. Eye level. It's definitely not 83. That lets us craft something top notch. Yeah. When you get full screen window mode, let's just say I've tried a lot of stuff and I have to run it like this. The eye level is probably 80, 79 or 80. Given my map. What the fuck is this? Dude, I'm starting to realize possessed minions are so much worse than I thought. Sometimes they're just possessed and I'm just like, oh, I'm just fucking dead. I'm trying to wake up people. I just said it's broken right now. I cannot fix it. I do not know why it's not turning on, and I don't want to restart the game or the stream to figure it out. Oh, this Infernal Cry feels pretty good. I get exerted for 6 attacks. I don't even attack 6 times before it's up again. Wait, slow attack speed's kind of owning. Is this Katava? Oh, it is, isn't it? I do not like this map.
I shall strike you down.
A joyous conflict twice as hard.
Wait, is my damage not nuts? But I face him so fast.
Waste away.
Open the void.
Twice as hard. Atrophy flesh.
A new weapon. It's a one-handed burning sword that is also a slow attack speed weapon.
Atrophy flesh. Put it away. Double attack. Atrophy flesh. Resist entropy.
Oh, I'm owning. No problem. How did I learn how to play PoE? I put 1,000+ hours into it.
Resist entropy.
The answer is just time. But you could definitely do a lot faster than me. I think there's a lot better resources than when I first started. And like, but it's still like, you're gonna take a lot of time to learn your stuff. That's just how the game is.
Resist entropy. No challenge.
Lab, I'm not, do I want to do lab today? I feel like I had a soul crushing lab just now.
I cannot carry this.
Hello again,
You need lab with all his DPS. That's what I'm saying. Cold damage.
I cannot do this yet.
Perfect. Divergent Inferno Blow is about 10C. Whoa. 10C? I need that money for my chess piece, man. Now, I'm definitely going to 6-link ASAP. They play League Launch? Yeah. I know why you'd ask, because no one who plays at League Launch is usually at yellows at this point. But let me tell you, I defy common expectation. Wait, I just realized. I have to do the writing invitation still. Is what 11.7% more damage? Oh, really? Holy shit. What's Divergent Inferno Blow even do? Okay, fuck. I need to figure out what my gloves are gonna be in this build, because I like to start slamming it with Prolift so I can get rid of this ring, and grab amethyst rings to handle my resists. Burning damage? Oh wow, that does seem like it does a lot. Oh, H-Pole, thank you so much for the sub. Sorry I missed you. Oh God. %208% fire resist. Dude, okay. Now imagine I have 88%. I got one more. Actually it's perfect. I get one more off. I get 2% off 2 different things, and I'm good to go. Do you have leech? I mean, if I don't get leech, I'll cluster jewel it. I'm not worried about leech. I do eventually need leech, I think. But don't you always just get it with like Dorianis or something? Tanu Ahi? What is Tanu Ahi? Oh, these gloves. These gloves are kind of sick. These gloves are so good for the price. Like the most insane gloves. Yeah, I'm doing 0% fizz. But it's almost worth it for the adrenaline alone. If I just get some sort of leech. Those girls are so insane.
Hail.
All right, I am done for the day. I will figure out the build later. It's like 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. guys. Tomorrow I have something to show up to, so you do not expect me tomorrow. I'm out. Have a great night. I'm gonna send you over to. Geary? Summer outfit debut? I'm down. Geary's great. Goodbye, guys. Goodbye, goodbye. Good night.